Alright, testing, 1, 2, 3. What's going on, fellow rogues? It's Master Mayor here, and I do not have my music playing. Give me 1 second. See, that's what I get for, not streaming for a week, already, goofing everything up. Welcome in, Elsternox. I was supposed to have, my theme music coming in, and we're just, right here, just using my ever-so-handsome voice, to, entertain you guys. Anyways, let me go ahead and, kind of get this, actually, give me a second. Get me, some music, some mood music here. But anyways, welcome in, guys. This is as I, obviously as the title of everything explains, this is my first stream back since since I came back from my vacation, which was literally just probably about an hour or so ago, about 2 hours ago. I got in the door, put my stuff down, immediately started getting ready to go live. Anyways, hope everyone's doing okay tonight. Sorry, if I'm kind of rambling, a little bit. I'm trying to shake the rust off here because I literally haven't streamed in a week and everything, and it's been just so much has happened over the past week in regards to me being away, being out of state, hanging out with Amber 17 and Rockin' Nachos up at their place. And we definitely got into a lot of stuff as far as adventures was concerned. And I'm really excited to kind of share with you guys exactly what all happened. So as far as the stream is concerned, I'm going to be kind of showing a lot of basically what I picked up, during the vacation. I got a whole bunch of pictures to share with you guys as well. And also I'm going to be kind of explaining plans for this coming up week as far as my stream's concerned. One reason it kind of took me a little bit of time to get going is because I wanted to get the new schedule set. So, yeah, I'm just kind of, I guess I'm still kind of coming off of the little vacation adrenaline or whatever in regards kind of going on and get a lot of the intro out of the way right there and not even really know what to say just yet because obviously in a few minutes I'm going to be doing the first ad roll for the stream, so that way I can go ahead and get that out of the way. But as far as what I got planned for tonight outside explanations and stuff that happened on the vacation, they also sent us what we're going to be doing. So I want to kind of go ahead and hit the ground running when I came back to streaming, because there's this one particular thing I've been wanting to put together for a while. I've actually got 2 of these Blockies Transformers model kits. I got one for Optimus Prime, based on his appearance from Rise of the Beasts. But I got this right here we're actually going to be starting this off with. So tonight, after I do my recap, I'm going to be putting together this Soundwave Blockies figure. It's Action Edition, which actually talks as well as lights up. And it comes with 4 of his minions. It comes with Ravage, Laserbeak, Rumble, and Ratbat. So we're gonna be like, putting this together. It's gonna be like 327 pieces. I've never really done like a model kit on stream before, and last time I ever actually did like a model kit in general, it was Gundam one years ago, and I wasn't one of those types that was like, from the commercials. It was like level 7, 4 hours a night. You guys probably know exactly, what like commercial I was talking about. The whole like basically like back when the Gundam model kits were really becoming stateside, like during like the I think that was like around the Toonami age or whatever. I think I actually got like I think it was like it was either the Shenlong or Nataku Gundam. I think it was like the Nataku Gundam. And absolutely slut at putting it together. I managed to put the thing together, but it wasn't like that. Those insane levels of detail you see people do where they paint it, and sculpt it and everything, and make it look like it was like a miniature version that came like right off the anime. I just put the toy together and that was it. But this is gonna be like a whole completely different level here, because the way like these blocky figures works, the way they work is that they don't take any glue. They're pre-painted. So really all you do is just snap them together. It's basically kind of like more lines of actually, it's a model kit, but it's more along the lines of actually just like straight up just building an action figure, which in a lot of ways model kits were like that anyway. Though usually when you build a model kit, it's basically just kind of pretty much put it together and then just display it without actually moving it around. So this one is actually designed for posability, as you guys can see right here. So once this gets put together, literally like the way this is gonna work is I'm not gonna paint anything, I'm not gonna glue anything together or anything like that, use any kind of sculpting clay or anything. It's once it's put together, that's it. I don't have to actually do any like extra work with it. So I'm really, just straight up excited to kind of put this together. But alongside that, again, I'm really excited to kind of share with you guys everything that happened on the vacation, because me, Amber, and Joe, we all got up to like a lot of, cool stuff on our adventure. The only thing I hate about it is there's definitely like a few people I wish they could have came along with us. Obviously Elginox, wish he could have been there. Mickey T43, definitely would have loved to have him there as well. But at the very least, like when we got back into town, like when Amber and Joe, like, got me back to town earlier, we kind of like in advance, before we even left, ride back up here, I, said to him, I was like, it'd be pretty cool if we, just kind of like were able to meet up with Mickey D43, meet up with Mac when I got back into town, and we just go and get some pizza at this one place. So when we got like, I told Mac what the plan was, and but when we got like probably around maybe like about 9 minutes away, I let him know, and he went on over to the pizza place and waited for us. So yeah, we got into a lot of like, awesome stuff. There's like, looking at the list here, you guys are gonna like be sitting through 2 pictures shy of 200 photos here. I've got like a lot. You guys are gonna be like, seeing me kind of share with y'all as far as like the adventure is concerned. And I got like a lot of collectibles. I'll probably go through the collectibles and everything first, like everything here first. Then I'll go to the pictures, and afterwards we'll get started on the model kit. So I'm hoping I can kind of like get a lot of this done like fairly short. I mean, I know it's gonna be like a few hours on the stream, but I did know we actually had plans of possibly doing a movie night tonight, because we've been like watching Welcome to Derry, and we didn't really get a chance like to watch like the latest episodes for it, or like, we only watched the first 2 episodes. We didn't get to watch the rest like with Elginox before we left before I left for the vacation. So I'm hoping we can kind of get into some of that tonight. And then, but like I said, also like during the stream, I probably actually gonna do this right quick, kind of like, just kind of get things going, let y'all know what the plan is for next week. So as far as what I'm, because I got the schedule set up, and I kind of give y'all a heads up on exactly what things gonna happen. Like, well, I've got like a minute and 37 seconds to work with here. So as you guys will see right here by my schedule, once I kind of get this loaded up. So the plan for things, let me actually make sure it's, yeah, should be loaded. So this is basically what the plan is for this week. Moving forward, Rogues, I obviously was doing like a crap load of 2 stream days. That's not gonna be a thing moving forward as much now. I'm definitely gonna be kind of like, taking it easy on stuff. So from Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, so obviously Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, we're gonna be doing like The Last of Us, just exclusively The Last of Us, no other streams like, tied on, unless, yeah, we got you, Elginox. So yeah, previously I was doing all these 2 stream days, so it's just gonna be The Last of Us for Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. Wednesday, I'll be doing the next Castlevania game. Though I will say that the reason there's not actually, explanation on which Castlevania it is, because after the stream, I'll be doing a poll to kind of like, let you, or either tonight or tomorrow, there'll be a poll to let you guys decide like which Castlevania between Portrait of Ruin and Dawn of Sorrow that I'll be playing. Friday, and Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we're gonna be doing Escape the Back Rooms, because Joe and Amber, let me actually see how much, before we actually see, is that late? Hang on, oops. I got 20, I'll snooze it real quick. I'll snooze it, I ain't done talking. Yeah, I ain't gonna have like an ad break shut me up. But yeah, as I was saying, yeah, Friday, Escape the Back Rooms, because that's gonna be the last time Joe's gonna be able to play a multiplayer with us, because him and Amber are gonna be heading up for, his parents, for Thanksgiving on Sunday, I believe. So we won't really have a chance to do Escape the Backrooms at that. I want to go ahead and get like these other 2 levels that me, Elginox, McD43, and Joe missed before. So Friday we'll be jumping on Escape the Backrooms. Saturday we got one more. We still got one more episode left for Dead to do. It's kind of like a similar thing with Joe. You know, his last day available is gonna be Friday. Amber's last day available is gonna be Saturday. So we're gonna get her in. Me, her, and Elginox gonna jump into this last episode for Left 4 Dead. Joe should hopefully be able to jump on that with us. And assuming both of them are up for it, because I mean Mac also won't be available on Saturday either, but Sunday he should be. So the plan is we're Mac and Elginox. I already talked to Mac about he's up for it. I'm hoping Elginox will be, of course. We're gonna be either doing like another episode of Backroom Company, or we're gonna jump into Climb the Backrooms for the first time. So either way, as you guys can see, there's like a lot of backroom stuff going on. So that's the thing. I'm definitely like excited for this week, not just because of like, you know, what's on the playlist, but because also I'm gonna be taking things a little bit more easy than I was before. And also with the fact that Chrono Trigger, admittedly, when I was streaming through that, guys, it probably like showed a few times during my Chrono Trigger stuff, but I was getting like a little bit overwhelmed by Chrono Trigger. Not in the sense of not liking the game. I think I actually explained it. It was just like with it being like a JRPG. I'm not really used to playing those on the channel. There were a few spots where I was actually worried I was going to be able to continue, and a few spots where I actually kind of got, you know, how can I say, some of the setbacks I had where I had like, you know, play back through a certain part off streams and get caught back up. It definitely kind of like, you know, got to where Chrono Trigger was a little bit grueling. I absolutely loved the game, don't get me wrong. But it just kind of got to where I was just ready for it to be over with, because I wanted to get started on Castlevania. So it's definitely I'm gonna be going into like Wednesday, really excited for that. I'm gonna be going to a game where it's gonna be like much more of a laid back experience, not as much stressful. Because for me, JRPGs, as much as I love them, what few I have played, they definitely do kind of get a little bit stressful at times and kind of grueling just because of the length of them. And you know, I guess in some ways like how things are a little bit repetitive to an extent, but that doesn't take away from that how much I love Chrono Trigger. But I just really wanted to get like into something new, so it's gonna be exciting to finally get into like, you know, more of my Castlevania stuff I've been wanting to get back to. So, but of course I'm leaving it up to you guys if it's gonna be Portrait of Ruin or Dawn of Sorrow that I'll be playing. Because so far, as far as the Metroidvania ones are concerned, we've done Circle of the Moon, Symphony of the Night, Harmony of Dissonance, and Aria of Sorrow. And so now like pretty much we just got like these other 3 we gotta do for the Dominance collection. So yeah. That's basically like a lot of what's playing in the immediate future. I do definitely like have like something planned hopefully for December 1st. If Elginox already knows what it is. I've already taught the McD43 as well. Marvel Cosmic Invasion, that's gonna be releasing December 1st. So I'm hoping that me and the guys will be able to jump in and do like, you know, playthrough of that for all of you. But whatever the case, that's then. This is now. I'm gonna go ahead and get this ad roll out of the way so we can get started on all this. Because like I said, I got a lot I gotta do for this recap. I got like a whole bunch of bags right here on the floor that I'm gonna be like, you know, showing you guys what all I picked up. And then afterwards, gonna be doing like that almost 200, you know, pics worth of, you know, photo bombing I'm about to throw all of you. So I'm gonna go ahead and get this ad break rolling. Go and get me an energy drink. I'm probably gonna need it because I am still a little bit. It was a 5-hour car ride, and I didn't really sleep the best last night. Because you know, just all the adrenaline from the trip, but also just the whole factor of being excited to finally get home and get back to streaming. So yeah, 3-minute ad break. See you guys in 3 minutes, and we're gonna get it, you know, the show properly on the road. So anyway, see you guys in a few. Okay, I love how like I basically came back from my BRB right there when that song that I was listening to ended. And we're starting this with Lavender Tower. Okay, anyone who's watched our Pokemon stuff knows like how much this song like has I have a love-hate relationship song. And it just came in and just like disrupt the whole freaking stream. All right, you know what? No, hold on, Lavender Tower. You can wait your turn. You guys can go and watch my previous Pokemon card unboxing streams and know just exactly why that song, I have a love-hate relationship with it. And the fact that right when I came back from my break, like one song had ended, like right when I did my transition thing right there, and Lavender Tower's punk ass like immediately started playing. But it kind of works because we're gonna actually show like a picture right here. So I'll let Lavender Tower have it because I mean we're gonna go and like do one picture right here to start this off because something did actually pretty cool with Pokemon cards did happen during the vacation. So as you guys can see right here. Yeah, making sure y'all can see it because yeah, so during the vacation, and this is like the only picture I'm going to show off in advance here, or the only two I'm going to show off. So Lavender Tower actually is on a Sunday because for those who watch my Pokemon card unboxing streams, you'll know that usually the whole thing with Lavender Tower is that when times it played, it ended up like getting like following like Lavender Tower starting up, I would usually sometimes get like a pretty good hit for whatever pack I was opening. So Emerald 17 and Rocket Nachos were up at the mall. I can't remember, was this after I think this was after we saw Predator Badlands. But anyways, we stopped in Five Below, and they actually had like some Mega Evolution packs up there, which as you got for those, sorry, indigestion for me just drinking this energy drink. Yeah. Like, so they have like the Mega Evolution packs up there, $6 and everything, which for those who are, who collecting Pokemon cards, you know exactly how hard it is to find cards this day and time. And those who aren't into the hobby, if you are wanting to get into Pokemon cards, I would definitely say that, best of luck to you. It is like a pretty tricky like hobby to kind of like do anything with right now, as far as like, the cards like not really being the most available in a lot of places. And if they are, they're pretty, the price is hiked or whatever. At the very least, this usually happens like, every few years. So hopefully like soon it'll like maybe die down again. I would like to get back into Pokemon cards, like doing more unboxings, but there's multiple reasons why I've kind of taken a bit of a hiatus from collecting, not just, because of like the prices and everything. Welcome in, Jeremy. Hope you're doing all right tonight. So anyways, me and Aaron both got a Mega Evolution, and right before I did my unboxing, I said, I just would like, I packed did my one pack that I got. I said, I'm just hoping to get like a Mega Kangaskhan. Pulled the Mega Kangaskhan. So yeah, I literally like right before I opened the pack, I was saying I just wanted like to get a I said Kangaskhan, Mega Kangaskhan. I don't know why I was saying Kangaskhan, but yeah, I just wanted to get one of these and ended up actually pulling it. It wasn't like the special illustration rare, which currently is running about like $80 or whatever, but it's the fact I still pulled one. And this kind of goes like back to like how like last time I went on vacation. Amber picked me up a pack of Journey Together. It was my first pack of Journey Together, and I said I just wanted the Articuno illustration rare, and sure enough, I ended up actually pulling it, and I wish I could have got it on film. And yeah, we actually did like record this. I do have a recording of it. I'm gonna send it to Amber so she can maybe try to turn it into a YouTube short or whatever, so you let her edit it down or whatever, let her use it for her thing. She was the one that bought the cards, so I feel it's only fair that she does the short. And but yeah, it was just one of those moments like, holy hell, this actually happened. So, the thing is, Kangaskhan isn't exactly one of my favorite 151s, but I've always thought it was like a cool concept of it. And this isn't the only time y'all gonna see something related to a kangaroo during the stream, but we'll get to that in a bit. So, anyways, yeah, that was the whole thing. We like my first pack of Mega Evolution, which for those who don't know, this also is a start for a new I guess like line for the Pokemon cards because they were doing Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet. This is starting like a whole like a whole new I guess generation for it because they're basically out like the Scarlet and Violet era. Now they're going into like the I guess Mega Evolution is going to be like the because they're introducing Megas back into the Pokemon cards. So I think I'm having a feeling it's probably like a lot of it's tying in, of course, with Pokemon ZA or whatever. So that being said, we're gonna go ahead and actually get into like that was like the only thing that just the whole Lavender Tower thing because that started playing. But I'll let it finish playing out. It's like that was just the comedy behind that. So anyways, like I said, I got like a whole bunch of bags here. I don't even know where to start. Because I'd like to do it in the order of like where I actually got everything, but we're just going to pick up whatever. So to start things off, I got like this first bag here. Because one of the things we did like on the vacations, we went up to the mall up there, like in their area. And I said, like, when I went in, I want to go and try to do some pop figure hunting. Mainly, I was going to go for stuff either based around Godzilla, TMNT, or horror figures, like either horror, anime, TMNT, or Godzilla. And so I've got like several pop figures here to like show off. Which also, this right here actually surprised me on the way back home today. They actually had like this original flavor of Ghost, and I actually tasted a little bit of it. And it actually tastes really good. It kind of has like a little bit of bubblegum flavor to it. It's like they kind of like took a little bit of Red Bull and had like a little bit more of a bubblegum taste to it. It's hard to describe, but it's actually really good. But anyways. Kind of reminds me vaguely of Mountain Dew in a way as well. Alright. So anyways, starting off with like, horror pops. Because I got a couple here. So this one was actually from this one little shop that we found. This wasn't in the mall. This was like this one little shop that we found that I'll be sharing some pictures with you guys of. So as far as like, new figures for the horror shelf, and I'm actually running out of space here, as y'all might be able to see back there. So this kind of goes the whole with the fact we're going to be watching more Welcome to Derry later. So I've got like this Pennywise figure. It's from Funko's specialty series. It's exclusive. And it was only $10. And going by this one app I use, this is normally about like $20 to $30. So this is actually of him, like, doing the dance, which is like one of the most iconic things he did, like, from the remake of it. And of course, obviously, it has to build Skarsgård, Pennywise. There's a reason I'm saying that as well. So that's another one for the shelf. So this one is one of the anime figures I picked up. So for those who haven't watched Frieren Beyond Journey's End, which I still haven't finished it yet, it's kind of like been a slow burn anime for me. I got this one of Frieren. Absolutely, yeah, that was from the collectible shop. I just can't remember the name of the shop. That's the only thing I'm worried about. But I'll get to that when we get to the pictures. But yeah, that one's from the collectible shop. This one was one of the ones I got from, this was a GameStop one I got here. So yeah, Frieren, it's an absolutely amazing anime. Just don't go into it like expecting, it's gonna make you cry. Like, I already teared up a few times through it. Really, like, the main other ones, I'm probably gonna end up trying to get like the rest of them. But I ain't got to the point in the story yet, in the anime yet, where I've seen anything about Stark. But Himmel, definitely want to get one of Himmel's, and also of course Ferns. But so far, I just want to kind of start off and just get like the Frieren one first. But again, Frieren is what little bit I've watched so far. It's an absolutely amazing anime. All right, now next one for anime. So I knew for a bit they were gonna have they were finally gonna do some JoJo's Bizarre Adventure figures. So I ended up getting Dio. And I kind of got lucky with one I actually got like the next day after this. So yeah, I scored I scored a Dio figure, which personally my favorite JoJo antagonist is Yoshikage Kira from Diamond is Unbreakable. But Dio, I will say, is definitely like probably the best antag in the series. But yeah, definitely wanted to get that one as soon as I saw it, because I wasn't actually, because yeah, the guy like the GameStop actually had it in a box. So now this GameStop in question wasn't one that we went to at the mall. This is one like that was nearby Amber and Joe's house. So I got a little bit frustrated because I didn't see JoJo or Jotaro, but we'll get to that in a minute as well. So the next one I got right here is, so this is a gaming one. And I had a feeling like, Elginox might be about to lose his shit over this one. So this surprised me when I saw it. I already knew it existed, but I didn't actually expect to see it up there. So this is a Arkham City Batman figure, and this is based around the cover art. So you don't really see this too much. I've got like one other Batman Arkham figure, which is like the cover art one. I personally wish they could have done this with that one. They actually could have had like the whole thing where it's the background. Give me a second, guys. I'm gonna go get that figure really quick. I'm gonna BRB real quick. I'll be right back. And also, I kind of was checking my face before I let go. I actually had like a bit of a jelly donut. I picked it from 7-Eleven before I went on my BRB. Where I came back and I thought, for some reason, I kind of looked and I thought I had some on my face, but apparently I was just hallucinating. Or whatever. But anyways, yeah, this is the Arkham Asylum Batman figure that I've got. And I know I'm just like rambling so much. I don't know it's because the energy drink already kicking in, or just like the jelly donut I had, or whatever. But anyways, yeah, this is like the Arkham Asylum one. I personally wish they could have done that with this one. I thought it would have been pretty cool if they would have done like that with the Arkham City one. But, I mean, it's fine like this as well, but I just like the color contrast and everything. It's got like, a little bit of splatter of blood. It basically is like, it's pretty much the exact design that was on like the Arkham City artwork, like, cause they had like the stark blacks and grays and whites, and it had like that red, kind of had like a Sin City vibe to it. So yeah, definitely excited about getting this one. And next up is because the reason I mentioned like the Bill Skarsgård Pennywise, because I got lucky as well at and found this one. I was really surprised to see this out there in in the wild, because usually I've just seen it online. So this is of course the Tim Curry Pennywise. This is the one that pretty much started all as far as like the live action Pennywise is concerned. So I kept saying I wanted to have like one of like Bill Skarsgård and one of of Tim Curry, because for me, I know like there were probably those out there like probably say who did it better. Me, I don't really care about that. Both of them did great. Bill Skarsgård, I love him as an actor. Tim Curry's one of my all-time favorites. I feel like my favorite role of his is between Pennywise and of course his role in Rocky Horror Picture Show. So I wanted to like have one of both, and they had that one up there, so I picked that up. Because, I feel like Tim Curry definitely, had his, like, spin on the role. His was more campy. He definitely had, like, that Joker vibe to it, while Bill Skarsgård, made that, like, an extremely, absolutely terrifying version of Pennywise. Now, back to anime figures. Like, I don't know if I'm really interested in any of the other ones from the line here, but I love Solo Leveling, one of my favorite anime, and I was trying to find, like, one of Sung Jinwoo for months. Finally got one. And I definitely want the Igris one, but I might want, if I can complete like the set for these as well, I will. But I just wanted to get that one. Solo Leveling is just it's been such a fun anime as well. But I think like they took like a lot. I haven't read the manga, but I read they changed like a lot between the anime and the manga. But still, for those that haven't watched Solo Leveling, it's absolutely amazing. And finally, this one's kind of like a bit. Anyone who knows me knows like how I feel about dolls and everything. I kind of got a bit of a phobia. I haven't really been able to finish the Five Nights at Freddy's, but, I had to pick up the Annabelle one. So this is, like, from Annabelle Comes Home. I love, like, the movies in the Conjuring universe. I haven't seen the most recent one yet, but I remember, like, it was, like, a couple years back, I went through and binged every single one of them, like, like, in October. And, Annabelle's definitely, like, absolutely freaking creepy and everything. But I wanted to get her in the chair and everything. That's the only one they had up there, but, yeah, I wanted to get an Annabelle figure, because, like, my horror collection is focal on both, like, older and younger ones. Honestly, I feel like, that's one of those things where I don't know if anyone could really, like, touch it, because, like, Tim Curry did so great, and it was his breakout role. But, I don't know, I feel like, how versatile, like, Bill Skarsgård is, where he wouldn't be able to actually do better in the role, but I know he would still do a good job. But I don't think I actually see anyone like replacing Tim Curry at all on that. I mean, he basically took the reins from Penny. Like, I don't really want to say he replaced Tim Curry as Pennywise. He just did his own spin on it. So yeah, that's those figures right there. What's in this bag, guys? You guessed it, more pop figures. Yeah, welcome in, Setbird. Yeah, that's the thing. I definitely feel like there's some movies that really don't deserve remakes, but I feel like it was one of the ones that actually did things okay and everything. I feel like, Tim Curry did great as Pennywise, but, Bill Skarsgård, I think, like, did his own, like, really good spin on it. And I kind of, like, just really look at it like, when you look at, like, how, like, Bill Skarsgård, was so compassionate towards the children, in between takes. Like, you see, like, the behind the scenes stuff where he made sure, like, immediately after the scene, he checked on to make sure they were all right. It was basically just, like, the way, Bill presents himself, like, off screen as well. It made me, like, love him as, Pennywise as well. Like, literally, you see, like, behind the scenes stuff where he tries to do the whole scary thing and immediately switches out of, like, actor role and immediately goes back into, like, just normal, him. So there was, like, one where, like, he basically, ran at the girl, screamed at her, and then said, "You okay?" Or basically, or something like that, just immediately just snapped back out of it. So, yeah. So we're gonna go with this one right here, because I was trying to find this one forever, Rogues. So, this isn't the actual figure that I'm about to show, but I kind of, like, talked about this on stream previously. I have this, like, one of Gurr, with him eating, from Invader Zim, with him, like, just slathered in pizza. But I wanted one of him in his disguise. And I found out, like, some time ago that they did have one. And I've been looking around for it. We went to multiple places while I was on vacation. Didn't find, like, the one of him in disguise. And then, thankfully, Books A Million had it. So, yeah, I've now got, like, the other Gurr figure I wanted. So, yeah, I'm pretty much, got my Gurr figures now. I got, like, one of him in disguise, one and out of it. So my life is complete as far as that's concerned. So Next up. So this is one that I'm actually gonna like have over here. I'm just gonna like sit next to my VR headset, because this one was at this one shop called Video Game World that we pretty much go to every time like I'm up there on vacation with them. And I was going in there because they had like a buy two get one free sale, but I didn't see any other figures I wanted, but I just picked up this one. So yeah, say what you will about the Ready Player One movie. I personally enjoyed it, and I absolutely love the books. Just like my favorite, you know, book series. I will say Ready Player One is better than Ready Player Two, and Armada by Ernest Cline is also a great book. But I just want to get the Parzival figure. I don't really care too much about getting like any of the others. I just want to get the Parzival one, and maybe Artemis if I can find her. But you know, yeah, I just kind of got this because it was cheap, and I wanted to kind of like just for fun, like have it like, you know, sitting next to my Quest 3 over here. So yeah, so I got the Parzival figure. Next up is another. I got two more anime ones in here. So I mentioned the Dio one. And after I got the Dio one, I went to another store and found Jotaro. So I think they got one of Old Man Joseph, and I can't remember if there's any other ones alongside that, but you know, it kind of makes sense that I think they started like, 'cause I think these are like the first ones they've done for JoJo, and it kind of makes sense they did like, you know, Stardust Crusaders. That's the most I think like probably the most popular chapter, like the most popular, you know, season for it. So I got like the Jotaro one. Of course, he's doing like one of his JoJo poses, just like Dio was. I'm pretty sure like the point is probably his most iconic one. So yeah. I got the Jotaro figure. Those are going on the anime shelf. And it's looking like right here, like I'm actually probably about to fill the shelf out, because I got one shelf for older anime and one for newer ones. So, going to the next anime one here. And this is probably the only one from this one that I really care about getting. But yeah. So, I might try to complete the set for this too, but Turbo Granny's probably my favorite character in Dandadan. And I, you know, definitely wanted to get. I mean, of course, let's be real. Like everyone probably watches the show for Turbo Granny, and of course, like Psycho, you know, for the grandma. But yeah, I saw this one, had to pick this up. And I think it's like the only one that had left the Hot Topic. So yeah, got my Turbo Granny figure. Run out of space here for the figures. And then finally, this is another Specialty Series exclusive. I personally wish I could have found the one where he had the gun, but or at least like the chase version of this one. But yeah. Anyone who's watched Mars Attacks knows just how awesome of a movie that is. And so this is, I think, is like pretty much like when their heads were exploding towards the end. They have a chase figure where it actually like has like, you know, like the splatter all over the place, like he's actually bleeding. But I personally would have liked to have the one where he's got the gun. But yeah, Mars Attacks. I don't know where I could put this one. I don't know if it really count to put it on the shelf, on the horror shelf. But at the same time, I don't really have like a lot of space. Like I got like 3 new figures or whatever. I've only got like one spot free right there, so I'm gonna have to like improvise a little bit. And so that's that out of the way. And I think I got one more pop figure. Now this one, admittedly, I myself haven't actually ever, you know, so me and Dave the Nut, you know, we've done like, you know, a bit of Dungeons and Dragons. We're gonna be bringing it back to the channel. And you guys may not be able to see it that well, but I've got a Mimic pop figure back there on that little 80s section shelf with my Ouija board, Rubik's Cube, Polaroid camera, and my little meme Skeletor figures. But I kind of have like that little 80s thing back there. But I kind of like, but I also have the Mimic on display there just because, like, you know, the time I had played Dungeons and Dragons, I absolutely enjoyed it and everything. And that Mimic figure actually has like a D20 in it. I just haven't taken it out of the box, whatever, because I wanted to like keep the collector's value of it. But I picked this up from GameStop as well. Ended up being like a bit more expensive than I thought it was going to be, but I got it just because Dave actually helped me get it. He sent me the money to pick this up. So yeah, I've got like a gelatinous cube with a Draco Lich, because the gelatinous cube is like one of like the D&D enemies. I definitely, you know, I'm aware of it and everything. Like, so I haven't really played a lot into it, but what I know about the gelatinous cube is it's one of those that has intrigued me and everything. It's the reason why I've kind of hoped that, you know, maybe sometime like when we get back into it, like that might be an enemy that Dave will have me encounter or whatever, since he is my DM. But I just thought it was pretty cool. I had, you know, basically like just a skeletal dragon and this blob. And Amber was even saying that Joe would probably be able to like put some lights over it and actually be able to make it light up. But I'm definitely keeping it in the box. And this is like, you know, you can kind of see like a little bit better on the back here. Thing is, I didn't actually expect it to be so expensive. I thought it was gonna be like maybe about like 20 cents. I think this figure was about like about $50. Don't know why, but I mean, it's mine now, I guess. But all right, so put that right there. And the only thing is, I don't really have like any space back there to put it up there with the Mimic. So what else we got here? Yeah, I don't really have like a whole lot of collectibles left to show, guys. So yeah. All right, so as you can probably like, see back there in that shelf, I got that little Godzilla reversible plushie next to my Mothra Squishmallow. But they actually have like some other figures in that line. As far as like because I got it like that the figure right there changes between like just normal Godzilla and Burning Godzilla. But I wanted to get like some of the other figures for the line, which is for Plushyverse reversible plushies, and they had these on sale up at FYE. So I got one for Rodan, and because I guess I just can't get enough Mechagodzilla figures, so I got like 1, 2, 3, 4 different Mechagodzilla things. I got a Mechagodzilla pop figure. This one like action figure right there for Kiryu, another smaller one of Kiryu, and then I got like that blue one right there next to my Destroya figure. So, and I also got like one for Mechagodzilla, and as it's shown, these flip like the other one does. So this one just kind of like goes to doing this like this little smiley face, and then you go back to that one I just showed and he's angry. And I believe Rodan does the same thing. So he's smiling, and then you flip him. And yeah, I like push this back in there, but so yeah, I think there's one for Mothra as well, and the Mothra one is more unique too because these two just like change expressions. And the Godzilla one like changes expressions and turns into Burning Godzilla. The Mothra one goes between like her full like adult form and her larval form. So maybe eventually I will get that one, but I've been content with just having the Squishmallow of her. And so alongside that, I feel like I'm missing something. Maybe I am. If so, I'll just pop back up. But I know like most of what I got on the vacation was pop figures. So you guys probably like see like my little Battletoads, my few Battletoads figures there. I've also done like a whole stream like where I unbox like my Ration Bits figures. And I've also got like this 18-inch General Slaughter one. Again, there's a stream on this channel. On my YouTube channel where I went through and like did unboxing for the Battletoads figures and played a few of the games. So something I was really happy to pick up on the vacation as well was this right here. So I'm pretty much just wanted to have like an actual NES copy of Battletoads. So I'm gonna try to like see if I can figure out like I need to have that displayed over there with them. Like probably just like push Zitz and Rash back a little bit and just kind of like have it like right there like at the corner. So yeah, I just want to like have this right there like display like with my figures, my little like plush Rash and everything. Because anyone who knows how much I love Battletoads probably knows why I picked this up. And honestly, it really wasn't that bad of a price for it. It was like $30 for the cartridge. Like so this was also something I got from Video Game World because they have like a whole bunch of retro cartridges and everything up there for pretty decent prices, as well as like pop figures, manga and everything. Speaking of manga, I picked this up from Fred and June. These up from Fred and June's books in Mooresville, North Carolina. And I what I recall, I think I heard that the series has been, I don't know if it's discontinued or, I really appreciate that lookout, Amber. Thank you for that. So I've heard that this series is, supposedly has been put on suspension or whatever. So I don't really have like too much manga rogues. I have like a Nightmare Before Christmas one. I think like I got another couple here and there, but I've never really actually been able to afford like. As far as manga is concerned, it's something I feel like, it'd be like, a very, I just like prefer anime, not out of a sense of a lack of interest in manga, but just like affordability and everything. In regards, I kind of go through, like, pay like a lot of money, like for all the chapters when I could just like, sit back and watch it on TV, even though obviously like, usually the manga is like the source material and the anime like kind of takes some liberties at times. But I was able to pick up these two. So yeah, Deadpool Samurai 1 and 2. I think there's like one more volume for this. I think that's basically all they got so far. I think the last volume came out in September of this year. And this is pretty much, I guess it's like an official Marvel manga that, it's by, I'm trying to see like who it actually says it's by. Yeah, story by Sanshiro Kasama and art by Hikaru Usugi, or Yusugi. Sometimes I'm good at Japanese names, sometimes I'm not. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna be excited, like, read through these. Cause I know they say, I think it actually does like a lot of references to other anime, and of course, Deadpool being Deadpool. So I'm definitely excited to like get those. And these are like $10 a piece normally, but at the store it says they're like $7.49 a piece. So I actually got them cheaper. And next up, so this is something that I kind of, it's a little bit of a bittersweet thing for me, Rogues. So this is, I got like that little food shelf back there. You can see like the hamburger squishmallow, the sriracha thing, and also the Slurpee thing and all that. And so I'm gonna be adding this to this. So obviously this is more like a Temu, cup noodle thing here. Personally wish it would have been like chicken flavor, but shrimp's not that bad either. So I got this from the amusement park from Carowinds, and definitely was a bit of a, I'll explain it in the pictures. I got a picture of this thing too. I'm gonna explain exactly the whole story behind this in the pictures, but I'm glad I walked away with it. I'll just say I'm glad I at least walked away with something. But again, we'll get to that when I get to the whole picture slideshow. But yeah, there was that. As you guys see, there's like a lot of this trip was just me getting like a lot more collectibles for my room. And I feel like I'm definitely missing something. Let me actually look at my list of pictures here because I know I got like a lot of stuff here. I might actually cover everything. You know, now I get it. I think I know what's going on. A lot of stuff that I've got pictures of where it's things I didn't actually get to pick up. That I actually mentioned that I didn't really get to come home with. But I got like a few more things here. So yeah, yeah, basically, you know, souvenir cup from Carowinds. You know, pretty much because, you know, we got like the, yeah, basically this is supposed to be, I think, like the premium pass thing, but I guess it's kind of like an era. Now I know one of the things I definitely need to, that I thought I brought it in here with me. Yeah, now I know one of the things I'm missing, Rogues. I'll be right back. Just give me one second. I'm not even going to BRB this time. I'm getting to it. Also, totally me not forgetting I'm wearing one of the collectibles. This is also something else I was able to pick up from Five Below, which actually Rocket Nachos, thank you. Like Rocket Nachos want to help me out with this. Now also Rocket Nachos kind of, we can say it's like an early Christmas thing from him, like as far as a few of the things I did pick up on the trip. But yeah, I actually have like this whole Daddy Bears shirt because I mean, what gave it away that I like Daddy Bears? I mean, totally not anything back there that gives that away. But yeah, got this Daddy Bear shirt from Five Below. And I thought about something else I was missing out too on showing you guys. So we went by this antique mall thing, and they had like a bunch of comic books there, and there was a few that stood out. I actually got Amber like some because Amber was 17, you know, she loves Gambit. They had like a little Gambit collection for like, you know, 4 comics up there, and I picked that up for her. But this is basically what I came out with for myself. So obviously Ninja Turtles. I didn't really get like too many Ninja Turtles based things like on the trip and everything. This is one thing at least I found for them. So for those who don't know, Body Count is a series for it was basically just pretty much Casey and Raphael that was like done in the 90s by Image Comics, and it was like pretty gory. Like we're talking like, you know, this is Image Comics we're talking about. But the way they kind of did things here was Raph was basically, you know, using a gun in this. It's probably like something that kind of harkens back to like the Mirage Comics days when the Turtles like drank beer, outright killed people, so on, and they were definitely like a far cry from what you see like for the lot of like, you know, stuff like, you know, more recently, you know, like the black and white ones you see on the shelf right there. This pretty much, you know, harken back to that era, the Mirage Comics, when like the Turtles were, you know, much more violent. So I just want to pick this up because this, I believe this was it was issue 3. I think this is like a 4 or 5 issue series, and it would be cool to kind of get the others just because of the artwork on them. And that collectible store that Amber was talking about, they actually had like one of the issues for it. But unfortunately, this is like, it was all like the stuff that, you know, the guy that ran the shop, it was his friend or like one of his customers who had like a massive collection of 90s comics. He wanted to like just get off his hands because he wanted to make room for figures. And he had like, you know, I think like some of the other Body Count stuff. He had one issue at least. I think it was like issue 2 or I think it might have been issue 4 he had. But unfortunately, he said it would have been $10, which I wouldn't have minded spending that on it. But I also kind of felt like, okay, well, I'd rather just be like, maybe you can, since the guy was like really cool, like, you know, like it was a really awesome shop. The guy was really friendly. And I was like, okay, I'd rather like you maybe try to put it on eBay, see if you can actually make more of a profit off of it like that or whatever. Because I know like sometimes the Body Count comics can go like for about like upwards of like $30 to $60 from what I've seen. So yeah, there's that. And then this right here was like one of the little like souvenirs I got from Carowinds. Because the very first ride that me and Amber got on when we got there was Fury 325, which is the world's tallest and fastest Giga coaster. And once I got off the ride, I saw these little things and definitely wanted to pick one up. So, and the good thing is these were on sale. Normally they're $30, but I only ended up having to pay like $10 for it. And also this is a flip one. It's not a Squishmallow, but this also flips too. So when you do like that. So yeah, definitely wanted to get this because it kind of like gave me like some, like definitely like something you see in a horror movie, but in a cutesy fashion. I wanted to pick this up just because I thought it was cute. Thought it looked really cool. Loved the colors and designs on it. Loved that it's flippable. And again, just the fact that it was on sale for only like $10. So wasn't gonna pass that up. I think this is actually like one of the things that was like it was an exclusive collectible for like for the Giga Coaster. And finally, this is something. Well, also yeah, on the way home, Slurpee cup from 7-Eleven, because for those who don't know, we're in my area, we don't really have like too many 7-Elevens. And it's kind of like a Buc-ee's thing for me, like similar to Buc-ee's, and that since there's not like really too many 7-Elevens in my area, and it is like kind of like one of my favorite convenience stores. Any chance I get to stop there, it's kind of like a bit like Kid at Christmas time in a weird way. Like I even got like on the shelf back there, I've got like you look at like right, trying to like aim my right there, trying to aim my that one I'm pointing at. That's a Slurpee pop figure I got back there. So kind of want to walk away from I want to walk out of 7-Eleven with something. So that right there. Now the last thing I'm gonna show right here before we get to the pictures. So they had a particular hoodie up at Carowinds I really wanted, mainly because it reflected a lot on it was something basically because in regards like something personal on the Discord, which is like I absolutely love all like the movie nights that I've been able to do with you guys on there. Like every time someone's come in and like we've hung out like watching horror movies, it's something that I've definitely held sacred and been very appreciative of. Getting to just hang out with you guys, watch some cheesy very bad horror movies and just having a good time, like just ripping them apart, in a respectful manner. And whatnot, like such as how we did with like Poultrygeist and things like that. So this is a hoodie I saw that I really wanted to, get. And I wanted to thank you, of course, to April 17 and Rocket Nachos for both kind of like joining together and picking this one up for me. So, yeah, you guys can probably like see like right here at the front here what this probably entails. It's a popcorn bucket, popcorn bucket with a bloody knife. So this is like one of their Scarowin hoodies, because like they have like a yearly thing around in October called Scarowinds, which is horror themed. And so just cause the pun as well. So yeah, it just kind of like really just was something I really wanted, because it pretty much is like, I guess it kind of like to me just spoke to me on the whole factor of like all the movie nights we've had on the Discord so far. Back when I, was running my community previously, back when it was the Masquerade, back when I was on Mixer, there was like movie nights here and there that me and my community then had. But after the whole mob cyberstalking incident that I've told some of you guys, a lot of you of, my community fell apart and I didn't get to like, do those movie nights anymore. So recently, more and more people have been like joining in on the movie nights, coming in, just having a good time. And so that hoodie just kind of like spoke to me because of the fact that it feels like a part of like my previous community. Like with those little movie nights, like some may not think it's like anything that big, but after losing like my whole community due to people going around spreading a bunch of bullshit about me that wasn't true, and losing all that, everything go belly up, and then pretty much just like losing like those good times I had like with a lot of people I consider friends, it's just been such an awesome thing. With like the whole Mask Alley Discord, like the times like you guys have come in, hung out, watched movies with me and everything, feels like I've kind of gotten like some more aspects of like what I lost back. And I know it's weird. I'm talking about like, a hoodie being so sentimental to me that I just got yesterday and everything. But to me, it's just kind of like I really want it, not just because it looked cool, because I love horror, but because it really reminded me a lot of like, the good times I've had with you guys lately. So, of course, like those who've like joined in on the Discord for the movie nights, I really do appreciate it, and thank you guys for that. So, yeah, all the sentimentalness aside, that was basically all the collectibles right there. I got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. About 11 pop figures and a bunch of plushies and everything. Yeah, definitely, Jeremy. So now we kind of got all that out of the way. We actually kind of got through that a lot quicker than I thought it was going to. I thought it was going to take me like about like an hour and a half to get through the collectibles. So the next thing we're actually going to be doing, it's about 24 minutes. I got to go through the pictures, whatever, before we start next ad break. I can always snooze it if I got to, but I really do wish that flavor was actually, available here in my town. I ain't seen it, but that's actually one of the best ghost flavors I've had. All right, so anyways, I'm actually going to kind of like, just go ahead and like move this up here so I can kind of see a little bit better. Yeah, move OBS up there like to my other monitor so I can kind of like, pay attention to everything a little bit easier. So like I said, I have like a whole lot of pictures for you guys, to kind of like explain like a lot of what happened during the vacation. And after that, we're going to get to like building the Soundwave figure. So just kind of like getting everything like organized right here. All right. So yeah, like again, I've got like about like 198 pictures. So you guys just bear with me on this. I'm pretty much just gonna be kind of like just going through this in order for all the stuff that happened and just explaining stuff the best I can. All right, so let me see here. Close this down. All right, so basically how like the vacation started is that when Amber and Joe came and got me, Amber had like these she made for me. So for those who don't know, my absolute favorite Pokemon of all time is Hitmonlee. So she bought me a Perler she made of Hitmonlee. Don't know where I'm going to put this yet, because I'm actually going to wait till I possibly have like some kind of Pokemon shelf set back up. Again, there's reasons why I haven't been doing Pokemon card unboxings and kind of like shift folks away from Pokemon content on this channel. But yeah, Amber was 17. She actually, you know, makes Perlers, which I'm kind of, you know, Amber, I just kind of thought about it, like stopping the music right there for a second. We were making all those jokes when I was up there at your house about me forgetting something. And I think you might have forgot to give me the Rayquaza Perler to bring to Mac. I just thought about that. And it's bad because I think I saw the Perler this morning before I left, and I didn't say anything or whatever. I thought you were going to grab it. And now I realize, yeah. So Mickey D43 Rogues, his favorite Pokemon's Rayquaza, whatever, and she actually made like a Perler for him. But, yeah, so he'll get it eventually, I guess. But yeah, she made me the Perler, and she also, you know, gave me like a holo, because last time I was there, she picked me up, like, we saw like a standard level, like, you know, Fossil Hitmonlee, like a video game world, and she had got me like a Japanese holo of it. Okay, all right, that works. All right. Well, rescind everything I said, Rogues. We will rescind everything that was said. So, all right. So she didn't forget it. She just has to, like, you know, well, you know, at least, that shows at least I wasn't forgetting everything. You know, it's just, whatever. But yeah, she got me the Perler, like, I turned the music back on. So yeah, she made me the Perler, and it's actually, as you look at, like, you know, size in, like, comparison to the card or whatever, you see, like, it's actually a pretty decent size one. So I know that once I get, like, my little Pokemon shelf eventually set back up, like I said, I've got reasons I haven't really been doing Pokemon card content or really much anything Nintendo related at all. So, but yeah, I've always loved my little chicken nugget. So I was really happy, you know, when I saw this, when she bought it to me and everything. You know, because for me, regardless of all the collectibles I've got, one thing that I like really stands out to me that I always love is like whenever like someone has made me something. You know, I'm thankful like whenever someone like does anything to give me something, be it if it's money or like, you know, some kind of like collectible they know I'm gonna like. You know, even something simple, just like, you know, some money for food, where I'm thankful for whatever I get from people. But when it's something that they've actually worked hard to make by hand, that definitely, like, you know, exceeds, like, you know, holding sentimentality. Even times like over the years, like, you know, I've had like people just like, you know, give me like a card for like Christmas or my birthday or something, just like write like some kind of message in it. You know, like, you know, even like, you know, Zetberg, you know, Nika, I remember like times that, you know, she got me like birthday cards or whatever, and it meant the world to me, just like the messages, you know, she like, you know, left in the cards. So that's like basically how I look at things like that. Like if someone does something for me, be it if it's like, you know, something they made, something they bought me or whatever, I'm always grateful for it. But yeah, she got me that, and since apparently people have said I tend to make this face on stream or whatever, you know, times when I'm a little frustrated with something, especially I guess like during my times I've been playing Bloodborne as well. Apparently that Gengar sticker supposedly looks like me. I mean, I don't see it. I mean, there's like Amber and like in Spectral Dough and everything, a few others have said that's my face. I don't know what y'all talking about. Totally don't know what y'all talking about. I mean, I don't see it. I mean, I've never made that face before a day in my life. But you can shut up, Eljosh. Do not encourage this. No, no. Do not encourage it. You are not allowed to encourage a single damn bit of this, Eljosh. You shut up. Oh my God, not you, Blackmore. Not you too. It's not how. No, no. I'm putting this back up. I'm never speaking to y'all again. Forget it. So anyways, that's what I was saying. So yeah, like moving on forward. So obviously our usual. No, I don't. But anyways, obviously this is like our usual, like whenever like, you know, Amber Joe come and kind of pick me up for vacation, we always like, you know, take our little group selfie. Hopefully at some point Elginox will be in on this with us. But, you know, I hadn't slept. My hair's still a mess. I still need to get my hair grown back out or whatever. Don't at me on it. Everyone else looked a whole lot better than I did. And I just, you know, I think we kind of got like a little bit of a ratio here. Joe and Mac like doing like whole open mouth cheesy smiles. Me and Amber just like doing the closed mouth smiles. We definitely had to like kind of just have like that little half and half thing there. Uh, shut up, Amber Wolf. You be quiet. So yeah, speaking of drinks, yeah, just went to this so we went to this convenience store like when we were most of the way there, and I kind of felt like just like the most energy drinks I've ever seen like in one spot at one time. So there was that. Yeah, standard, your typical like on the road pick. Yeah, there's that right there too. And I just noticed like the weirdness like with the lights right there. But Amber, hold on a second. I'm not sure, and I doubt. I think it's probably just like a blur from things, whatever. But didn't you say there was like that aurora or whatever going on? I don't think I caught it there, but it had to have been just like an effect of the window. I just noticed this right there. I mean, those sky colors look really weird. I think it's just like a smear of the window or whatever, just like probably like reflecting off the window somewhat. Yeah, so they had like that whole like the awesome sky colors, like everyone was like posting all over social media trying to look cool and everything, guys. Like make me feel completely left out because I didn't get pictures of it. And I kind of got excited. I think I actually might like vaguely got it, but I don't think I did. So moving on. But yeah, I kind of like got a little bit excited. I thought actually got like an aurora right there. I got like the little fancy skylights and the beautiful little angel, angels raving up in heaven or whatever. I don't know. This is what happens when you have like too much sugar and energy drinks, guys. Sorry. But anyways, so yeah, we went up to the where was this at? Oh yeah, this was like this restaurant. Yeah, this was like this little like area that had like a bunch of restaurants up there near the antique marketplace or the antique mall, and they had like this. It was a pretty awesome red curry, and I say that because any curry that actually has me actually enjoying bell peppers, because normally I hate bell peppers. And my take on it is that food's good if it makes me enjoy like a vegetable I don't normally enjoy eating. So this had bell peppers in it, and had mushrooms, and it was actually a really nice curry. It was like a sort of like a street vendor style restaurant, but it was like really good. So these like some random pictures like from the antique mall, just like so as Amber had actually explained to me previously, this area was massive, so you easily could get lost in there. It definitely had like some liminal spaces vibes to it. Yeah, curry from the market by the antique mall, yeah. So, yeah, just nightmare fuel there. I'm pretty sure, I think I actually made a joke when I first saw it. I thought I got cursed or something. But yeah, there was that. And they had like, this Tales from the Crypt here that was like $39. It was like back from 1964. And like it was actually in pretty good condition and everything. And hold on a second. Speaking of antiques from the past, where you are now officially in the past too, Pictorial Federation. Yeah, sorry, I don't need no cheap viewers. I don't know if that deleted or whatever, guys. I was trying to see. Hang on, let me see if this actually. Hang on, sorry, guys. I had like a bot come in, trying to see if I. Yeah, I don't know if that actually deleted like I was supposed to or not. I think I had like one of my updates in OBS or whatever. Like it's kind of like made like trickier to see if like some of these like bots are actually get removed. But anyways, yeah. But yeah, like I said, we found like this Tales from the Crypt here. Would be cool to just have it just for like for me being a horror fan or whatever. So I'm pretty sure this was because that one right there. This might have actually been like the first issue. I don't know because it says like a 1 right there. I don't know if that actually means it was the first issue. So yeah, and this is of course the issue body count that I found that I showed earlier, and yeah, just obviously more nightmare fuel, and Amber like with her highly coveted Gambit comic and her green tea, just probably like lab behind the scenes like under her breath, knowing I was like right there about to like pass out from seeing like just pure Fight Nights of fuck off nightmare fuel here. Moving on. So yeah, and they had like a crap load of these albums too. So I thought it was pretty cool, like seeing like the Kiss Alive, too. I mean, I know like Mac's brother Tommy would have been all over like looking through all these because Tommy's like is the absolute is an audiophile or whatever. So I know he would have been right at home looking through all this, seeing like what he could find. And also, I know, like, yeah, and, and Tommy was actually up in Virginia, I mean, for a while. So he actually was kind of like, in a way, not too far away from this place. So I know he probably would have, he would have, like, been, like, at home, like, looking through all these. So yeah, they had, like, all that, including, like, this lady, like, really, sniffing this cat right here. So yeah, just books everywhere, It was just like just really cool just walking around the place, just seeing what all like random stuff they had. And I just kind of had like a little bit of fun right here, like I want that one without like, so the books were like arranged differently, and I decided to kind of get a little bit of like mischief. There's like 1001 ways to be romantic, starting right with rabbits. Yeah, y'all just don't want to leave me alone with books. I'll make like very raunchy sentences out of them. And these were pretty cool right here, too. I was about to pick up the Halloween one. I mean, I would love to have both the Halloween and Hellraiser ones. Yeah, they had, like, just these little, like, miniature, like, posters, like, framed in picture, and these pretty nice little picture frames, so. And now I actually look back and I realize, see, now I'm mad at myself. Because I just realized, I was only focused on Elvira when I saw this. I didn't realize she had, like, a crap load of horror icons all around her. All right, so let's see. Yeah, of course, Jason, Pinhead. Looks like that might be Tarman from Revenge, Return of the Living Dead. Tallman from Phantasm. Hannibal Lecter. Is that the Creeper? I'm not sure. I think that might be Patrick Bateman. I don't know. Freddy Krueger. Dracula. Totally not showing off here. Of course, like the Phantom of the Opera. I'm pretty sure that's Goonies. No, not Goonies. What was the Ghoulies? Trying to see who else we got. Leprechaun, Thing, Chucky. Yeah, there's like some here I don't even recognize. Gremlins, of course, my boy Sam, Crypt Keeper, The Thing. Oh, see now I am kicking myself for not. God damn, they got Blade there. Yeah, from Puppet Master. Jigsaw, Critters. Who else am I gonna see here? I don't know. That's Frankenstein or the one zombie from, was it Day of the Dead or whichever? There's like a lot there. Creature from the Black Lagoon. I think that might be Regan from The Exorcist, but I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, if they got that here, next time I come up, I may actually grab it. This is like I am mad as hell, like like the fact I actually missed that. I don't see Pumpkinhead anywhere. The Invisible Man, of course, Wolfman. I guess that's the Mummy. It's kind of weird they got like all the Universal monsters right there, but then they put like oh yeah, and that's like Michael Myers right there at the edge. And Dracula's down there, but a lot of the other Universal monsters are there, of course. So they kind of botched things, I feel. That's Bram Stoker's Dracula there. They should have put like, a Boris Karloff's up there, with them. Kind of like okay, now I'm starting to get more mad and I'm glad I left it behind. Sorry guys, we're gonna move on just a second. I just realized something. They put Dracula down there, and they got Orlok, and they got like, Bram Stoker's right there. Why don't you just put like all the Dracula rendition, like all the vampires up here? They're just gonna say, like David from Lost Boys is there. Also like, yeah, the Tim Curry Pennywise. I think I see the boomstick. I think that's definitely Ash from Evil Dead. Yeah, this is like yeah, maybe. It's just the fact they got like him right there, and they could have put him up there. But yeah, it's kind of strange. They got like Universal monsters up there. But of course, also they got like Phantom of the Opera here instead of up there. And I don't know who this guy is. He looks familiar, but I don't know exactly who that is. But either way, it's still like this is a pretty cool little piece of artwork. Leather face. Pretty sure that's probably the Fly. So yeah, it would have been nice to have or whatever. But oh, and I also see like the Pale Man from yeah, Pale Man right there. And of course, like looks like the guy for yeah. I know what you did last summer. Where the hell's Ghostface now that I think about it? We're gonna move on just a second, guys. All right, Captain Spaulding. I'm surprised I'm not seeing Ghostface anywhere. Unless I'm missing something. Okay, well, I can't like really stay on this too long, guys. I want to like keep going. I mean, I'm pretty sure Ghostface is probably on the picture somewhere. I'm just not really paying much attention. That might be Candyman back there. Well, at the very least, I recognize like the vast majority of the horror icons, so I ain't complaining. All right, anyways, keep going. So yeah, now this right here obviously is gonna definitely like probably like be appealing to like those of you in the chat know like love your comic books and everything like me. So they have like a pretty nice like and obviously it's beardy weirdy comics and toys, and so you guys can of course like know exactly who sold these and everything. But they have like a lot of comics there, and these are like vintage, like definitely like old school ones, vintage ones. And I just noticed like the Wolverine NES up there too. So yeah, they have like a lot of older comics, like not just new stuff, and even had like Goosebumps books and everything. And they had like boxes upon boxes, and they had like organized, like all Captain America, all Thor, all Superman, and they had like several just for Spider-Man. And then you go down here and you see like they had a few like omnibuses, so they had like World War Hulk and Justice. So yeah, and of course they had like Lobo, Prometheus. I just noticed like the bust of Ironhide. So yeah, there was that too. And I actually like, I think that's where we found like Amber's other little Gambit, like little Gambit collection I picked up for her, her birthday. Now I'm gonna go ahead and say I was considering getting one of these just for the sake of like wearing it on stream at times. Like personally, I'm not really a fan of the like the word daddy. Back when I did Hawn acting, there was a few like customers that came through like and outright called me that. I'm trying to scare them, and like these girls gonna like come through like call me daddy and everything. And I just like just stood there in the corner and just like stared at them and just like just pointed them to get out of my scene. So yeah, when you're Hawn acting and you got people saying which way do I go, daddy? And it's like, you can go wherever the hell way you want to as long as you go out of my scene and never say that word again. But it's to me it's like daddy, a certain M word, or like the main words I can't stand. So yeah. So I mean, I just like every day of my life just wish I could be like one of these guys right here, like fighting for honor, a bunch of random ass like cupids. But I digress. But it was like a pretty cool like little bit of artwork here. This. I think it was like $295, but I think it was actually pretty cool. Kind of gave me like some Star Wars vibes. All right, and this of course is like going to like the pop figures I got. So that's like that's that, and yeah, that was actually I think before we ate. No, that was when I went to GameStop. We went to GameStop that night and everything, and then afterwards, like next day, we went to the mall, and yeah, so had me like some shrimp tempura udon, and it was absolutely amazing. And of course, it's like I think it's become like a traditional thing where I go up there, like Amber gets like takoyaki, and definitely wish that this place that sells it actually like was in my town, because I'll probably be eating it just about every day. Probably have to go into the gym like more to kind of like offset it, but yeah. So this was Video Game World. I've been talking about it and everything. You can kind of like see like just how many pop figures they have. They also got like little shelves right here. Welcome in, Nerdy. And they had like a little shelf right there where it's like for more like like figures that are hard to find. So yeah. And I keep on thinking that every time I go there, I forget about that Mumbo or whatever. I keep saying every time I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna get it. But yeah, it's a pretty awesome little store where they got like they specialize in like pop figures. I swear I got more pictures than that from there. I must have deleted the hours by accident. But yeah, they have like manga, wall scrolls, pop figures, retro video games, trading cards. They have like a whole room full of plushies. Really awesome store. Absolutely like love it every time I go in there. The customer service is also great. So yeah, this is when we went up to like this world market where they have like a lot of food and food goods and other stuff from like other countries. And I've just always loved the design for like the Bones Coffee Company. If I had the money just for the sake of having it displayed, I would have probably got like the shark bite flavor. But of course, like me, loving my Nightmare Before Christmas, that Mood Slide Boogie was definitely calling my name. Like that, I probably wouldn't have really gotten a drink. I just love like the artwork on these. So yeah, I just like I've always loved like the artwork for like Bones Coffee Company, and I'm not even really the biggest coffee person, but I just like this one just because it gave me like Jaws vibes to it, and I'm not even like obviously spiced buttered rum doesn't even really sound like something I drink. But yeah, so there's that. This is like the second set of like from the figures I already showed off that I got. And there's of course the up close for the Battletoads. Of course, one thing I've always and I think about like I never actually noticed before is the fact that on the artwork like all three toads are green. So yeah, it's pretty much like obviously Rash is the green one, Pimple's like the brown one, and Zitz is the teal one. So let me go ahead and actually, I'm gonna like snooze this ad again for a bit more. We're gonna have like an ad break about 10 minutes, guys. So yeah, that's the two collectibles. At least this lets you guys kind of like see them a little more up close compared to like the camera. So that's like the Mechagodzilla and Rodan plushies I showed off earlier. And this is like what I picked up from the World Market. So don't even get me started on the baking soda. We'll get that in a second. Don't ask. But yeah, so they had like the whole, the crystal candy you see all over TikTok. Amber, like, told me, like, it was like, that, like, I've been wanting to try it, and she kind of goaded me into getting it or whatever. It was like the big cubes or whatever, but still, it was actually pretty good. And I've always wanted to try Jaffa cakes. These were amazing as well. I don't know if they actually were really like the official ones you get from, like, the UK, but these were absolutely, amazing. And then they had, like, strawberry cheesecake mochi. Last time I was up there on vacation, we got like tiramisu ones. Definitely think I'd say like the strawberry cheesecake ones were like better. I personally prefer those. And then they had like, this steak flavored Lay's, and these were really good too. One reason I kind of like, wanted to get these is because it was not long ago that Eldronox was talking about how he had like, had like some beef tallow potato chips. So closest I can get to that, I suppose. So yeah, Eldronox. How about that? So yeah, this was another thing that was actually pretty awesome that happened. So it snowed while I was up there. Of course, like license plates like completely blurred out, so for privacy purposes and everything. But yeah, it snowed when we were in World Market. We were coming out, and it actually had like some flurries. It wasn't enough to stick, but it was still like just awesome that it did snow. Because where I live, you don't ever really see snow that much. It did snow earlier this year here, to where it actually did cover the ground. I actually got like a white Christmas for once. But yeah, it was just awesome like seeing snow up there. So yeah, I'm gonna go and say it. Lester, as I made the joke on Blue Sky, after I tried this, like, Lester was fixing to get his ass kicked for making it in the first place. So yeah, as y'all probably figured, this wasn't really the best. I hated this. I'll tell you on Discord, Nika, just because, we don't discuss location on stream. I'll DM you, like, during the ad break. Amber. Shh. Well, then again, okay, we'll give it a pass this time, just because Carowinds or whatever, pretty much, well, I've already mentioned Carowinds, and Carowinds is in North Carolina, so I kind of already gave it away anyway. So yeah, it's just like, normally we don't do like location discussion, but I guess I kind of understand why Amber go ahead and went on and said it, because pretty much Carowinds is in North Carolina, so people would have been able to figure it out anyway where we were. It's just, it's like basically a whole, like, thing of like trying to, for sake of privacy and like not discussing location that much. It's fine, Amber. I'll give it I'll let it be a pass that time. But like I said, because like again, Carowinds, people would have been able to figure out where that was anyway. Carowinds isn't exactly like a whole chain of places. That's what I was saying. But either way, so the soda wasn't like this soda was not. Yeah, no, never again. They had a pickle soda I probably should have got, but I wanted to get this one just for the sake of trying it, and I definitely regretted it. So yeah, yeah, like I said, it's just basically try to protect people, because it's basically like two things that I definitely try to keep from being discussed on here, both age and keep from being discussed like on streams, is both age and location and all that. So yeah, like basically after that, we went back, and watched Godzilla versus Godzilla Kong, the New Empire. Because Amber actually hasn't like watched like a whole lot of Godzilla movies, so I was trying to like get her and Joe on a few more, and we watched this one. So also Cells at Work, I was kind of like showing them like the beauty of the amazingness of Cells at Work, and also because I haven't like started on Cells at Work Black yet, but I was kind of like getting them through like most of that, and Joe definitely seemed like he was enjoying it. I mean, because it's definitely one of those things. Like, I think like Joe even made the comment, is like, why couldn't we have this? Why we couldn't have this in school? Basically, like in regards to, like learning this and like I guess like science and all that. And we also watched what's usually called the trash anime, yeah, but Gachiakuta. We've been like watching through that. So we're kind of like got caught back up on that one. For those that haven't watched this one, definitely like an awesome show. And just this one right here, all I'm gonna say is like as far as like Rio's concerned, she definitely surprised us with the most recent episodes. But yeah, it was this is actually is a really awesome series. All right, so this kind of like basically kind of like showed things anyway, because it literally says right there where we were. So yeah, North Carolina State Parks or whatever. So yeah, this was South Mountains State Park. So so pretty much we took in a nature trail. So the plan was like her and Joe like wanted to get me up the High Shoals Falls, but it was closed off. So, but at least I still got like some pretty good shots. Kind of got to test out my camera because I haven't really like really got to like take anything like nature shots or anything with my camera that much. But this vacation actually really was kind of able to go and do some stuff with it. So, because I've got like a Poco X7 or a Poco X7 Pro. And it actually, like, to me, sometimes feels like it seems like it takes like better like pictures than my $500 camera that I have. Which is like a Canon camera, like it's a EOS M200. So this actually, you know, takes like better pictures than that at times, it feels like. So yeah, just. And so it had like this little walkway where we had to like kind of like go up a little bit higher. Like we didn't go like deep up into the mountains. So and then there was this rock that Amber pointed out to me that like Sephiroth just had his way with it. Just like a clean slice right through it. Like he was like doing his debut in Smash Ultimate or something. And this was like, you know, the yeah, welcome in, Spectral. Yeah, so this was like the one, like the basically like, you know, the high shoals. We have high shoals at home pretty much, because this like was a much smaller like waterfall there. You know what? I still wouldn't complain. It was still like a beautiful spot. And you know, Amber pointed out this little thing right here was like it's kind of like where the water kind of like eroded the stone, and it kind of made like a little, you know, in cave there. But yeah, it was like an absolutely amazing spot. And of course, no, she had to like get me my, yeah. As I'm right here just looking like some like lost ass adventurer, like, you know, I'm like an NPC waiting to give a quest or something. All right, so yeah, and then after this or whatever, so next day, you know, we went to this one taco place. I can't remember if Amber told me like what spot it was. Yeah, whenever I'm someone, if ever I go to like a Mexican restaurant, birria tacos is, you know, first pick. Because she was gonna say, well, they gotta have a lot of stuff on the menu. I was like, I don't care, I want birria tacos. So yeah, pick that up, and that's what I had for that. And then afterwards, we went and took in a movie and got to see Predator Badlands, which, for those who haven't seen it and fans of the Predator series, was absolutely amazing. And then afterwards, you know, went by Cold Stone. And of course, like this is where I was talking about earlier with the whole luck with me saying, I was like, I just hope I can pull like a Mega Kangaskhan, and ended up immediately pulling it afterwards. So yeah. So for those who don't know, Spirit Halloween actually actually made a movie. Like the actual store chain has a movie. And the whole time I was watching this, I was like, I swear this is just like a commercial for Spirit Halloween, but it actually wasn't that bad. It was like more lighthearted. There wasn't really any gore or anything. It definitely was like kind of like more along the lines of just like one that was like for kids. And I'd highly recommend you guys checking it out. It was just like, it was a fun little movie. Nothing really special or spectacular. It was just cool little like, you know, family style like horror movie. So explain this right here, you know, we have Dr. Pepper, but Amber and Joe wanted me, like, just like last time, they wanted me to make my Dr. Pepper brownies for them, so I got on that. Now this is like what I was really excited to kind of get around to for you guys. I'm gonna go and do like another snooze real quick on this, like on the ad rolls or whatever. So yeah, there was this nature, it was like a farm. It was like, wasn't it like Lazy 5 Farm or something like that, or Lazy 5 Ranch, Amber? I don't forgot what the name of it was. I feel bad about that, but anyways, it was a spot where they had like, yeah, Lazy 5 Ranch. So it was like a spot where they had like a bunch of wildlife, and pretty much it, like the wildlife like pretty much, you know, roamed around. But obviously, you know, pretty much, you know, you got like, what it was that they roamed around in this area where, you know, you got to ride on a, you know, on a trailer that was pulled by horses, and you got to like go around and actually take pictures of the animals and feed them. And so yeah, I'm pretty much gonna like just, you know, I don't really remember. The thing is, like, I got like a brochure for the place. So I basically, it says what all the animals are, but I was too busy taking pictures to really kind of remember like a lot of the names for them. So yeah, but they just had like a whole bunch of cattle focal, like wildlife and everything, and so on. And yeah, so there's that right there. Obviously, it's, yeah. So that's the way we start this off. Yeah, so basically we're the ones that are behind, like, you know, something or whatever, and we get to feed them. They get to roam around freely in their own environment. So the thing is, all these animals, they weren't really in cages. There were like some spots there where the animals were like, you know, in like habitats, but here they got to roam around freely. So they got to basically stretch their legs, go about do their thing. Basically the same equivalency as if they were actually out in the wild. So they had plenty of space to like move around and all that. So it's not like they were like behind bars or anything. Like there were like some other animals that were basically required to be in their own little habitats, but even still they had like plenty of space to move around. So, but yeah. And it had like potbelly pigs. Like they didn't have ostriches, but these things like were kind of like very ostrich-like. And just like these things with like the massive horns. But it was just like, for me, it was just like awesome chance for me to kind of like test out like doing my photography and everything. Because I ain't like taking pictures in a while. And I just love how a lot of them just like stood still, and it was like so easy to get pictures of them. And, you know, they had zebras. Yeah, I mean, the main thing, like the llamas were the ones that kept on coming back and everything. I just kept on getting like worried. I was like, please don't spit on me. Yeah, Reyes and emus and everything. But the main thing I just loved about it is, like I said, they weren't like, behind, like they weren't restricted or whatever. Like they had like that massively wide area, just kind of roam around and do their thing and just not be restricted. Like, not like, basically be behind like, inside of a cage or behind a glass or whatever. Again, like there were some like, spots there where they had like much smaller habitats for some of the animals, where they were kind of like more, I guess, restricted. But even still, they had like room to actually move around. You could tell like the creatures here were like taken care of. They were happy and everything. And they were like really like, making sure that they were like, thriving and, protected. Of course, they had geese that like later even talked about we had to pay the geese toll. And that to me is like still probably like one of my favorite shots I got of one of them. And I'm just coming up on, yeah, and more like, just little pigs like kept on giving me, like just like some of them like being commercial movies. I think they said that some of them were in Yellowstone, if I'm right. That's another one of my favorites too, just because just had like little Puss in Boots, like, vibe, like with the eyes and everything. And yeah, and this, and yeah, they had giraffes there, which was awesome. And I kind of like had to take a break from like, taking pictures just because, yeah, they said live action Cinderella too. So I had to take a picture from take a break from taking pictures of the giraffes because this one came along like wanting more food. So Joe made a new friend. Of course, Amber got a better picture. I don't know if she's gonna like show it on her stream, like her next stream or what. But Amber, or I'm pretty sure I can't remember, she's actually posted on Blue Sky or whatever already. But she basically she got a much better picture than me, where this thing basically almost like, took like Joe's entire jacket off. But yeah, and that one's like another one of the favorites of like the llamas I got. Or I don't know if that was a llama or the alpaca. I can't really tell at times. Same difference, whatever. Of course, more of the pig. Like I said, I just thought the pigs were funny because every time we got like further ahead, we saw like more pigs. Like they just kept popping up everywhere, like eating food. So I think it's like they were just kind of hanging back, waiting for us to feed people. Then they were like feed the other animals, and they were like hauling ass over and like eating. And then of course, yeah. Yeah, and this also is how close the zebras could get. The thing is, the zebras were an exception that we couldn't actually feed. So we weren't allowed to actually, feed the zebras or whatever. And so this jerk right here. So, I couldn't actually get like the kind of like pictures of the kangaroos that I wanted because like they were all facing away. And these were like these right here were the red kangaroos or whatever. These are the gray or red ones. The ones that like normally you see online, they're really jacked, like they've been lifting at the gym, like they don't have to kick you, they just like punch you when you're knocked out, or just flick you. So yeah, they had roos there. Which bird? Oh, I don't know. It's like, and all of them are just like right there. It's just like this, but I keep thinking back to this one. He's doing the whole Charmeleon thing. For anyone who's watched like the anime for Pokemon, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Put on snooze again because I'm almost done within these. I can do the break after this. So I got 5 more minutes. I just did my last snooze for. I don't think I have any more snoozes for the stream, which is fine. I just want to get the rest of these pictures without any breaks. So yeah, literally like just sitting right there, like he's lounging, like like Ash Ketchum told him like to do something. He just like sat back and just lounged. And that's what all of them were doing. Yeah, this is basically personified. Is that what I was talking about? I'm right there saying, hey, you. And he's just like, is completely ignoring me. I was having Spettin to like put his hand up to his mouth and start yawning. So yeah, and they had lemurs. Which they definitely gave me like Beavis and Butthead vibes. There was this right here, which Amber pointed this out for me, like, and it was like she said, it was a really nice spot to get like a picture of this. Just I wasn't able to get centered, but just the reflections and everything, and just the sunlight right there definitely kind of made the colors pop. And so there's like there's like a video that's been making the rounds of a donkey that basically kept on photobombing this woman's like video, and it just kept on cheesing his ass off. And this made me think of that donkey because she was trying to get a picture of like something else to get a video of it. And this donkey just kind of like just stood there and just kept on just cheesing, and it's definitely made me think of that. But that right there just my heart kind of melted when I saw this picture, just because like how adorable it was. Then more that, but this right here, but that one right there probably is yeah, there it is. So that right there probably is definitely one of my favorite pictures I took, because it was a pain in the ass to get like these peacocks to stand still. So when I finally got that one, that to me, like, kind of told me that my pictures were, I was, pretty much done for the day. Because I mean, I was able to get dead center, because I think I got about 30 pictures of these peacocks where I finally managed to get this one right here, and I was like, okay, yeah, that's it. That's the picture. That's the one. So yeah, and then one of them finally decided like to stand up, just kind of like look at me. Finally decided I was like worth his presence, or like my presence was worth his time. So yeah, and then like we went to this bookstore. Like I said, the bookstore in question was Fred and June's Books in Mooresville, North Carolina. So getting them a shout out, because I was talking to them about my own book that I'm writing. And the two ladies that were working, like, said, I actually, got the information from my Wattpad because they wanted to read my book. So, but I just love this little bit of like doodle art here for Humpty Dumpty Had a Great Fall. I thought you said those were peacocks. Well, peacocks, peafowl, whatever. So don't mind just a random ass selfie. I don't know how I got in there. So yeah, there was a spot right here, Bay's Burgers. Hands down, like one of the best burgers I've ever had in my life. A great customer service. They had like a very limited menu on the burgers, but you could see why, because like the burgers were so good. And this was like their little garlic, burger they had. Fries are well seasoned. Great customer service, like I said. And just really love the vibe of the place. Next time I go there, I definitely want Amber and Joe to take me back here again. We gotta go back there and eat. So this was this one shop I was talking about earlier. Like I said, I forgot the name of it. I know I've got like a flyer, I think that actually shows the name. Yeah, that's basically how it was there, Spectral. Like, the food was really good. So, yeah, they had, like, this pop just had a bunch of general stuff. This is where I got the Pennywise, the dancing Pennywise I showed. But he literally just, like, this guy, like, just had this whole thing set up with, like, a bunch of random shit, and it was just, awesome. So, I think, like, one of the main things that was, like, a standout for this place, the fact he's got, like, an actual Simpsons spot. Like, he's actually got, like, a couch and everything. And, like, a Bart Simpson there. Basically, kind of, like, made it look like, like the living room from The Simpsons. So yeah, and this is what I was basically trying to tell Mac, this guy like had like a whole bunch of like video games. He had like Atari and everything. He had like, and all the like a bunch of different collectibles there. And this is like more like, the more pop figures. He even actually had like a whole bunch of like, like action figures from like Hook. Don't know if he had Rufio. That might be Rufio, I don't know. But yeah, he had like a bunch of like just like, yeah, I think that is Rufio. Not sure. But yeah, he had all this. He had like a little spot there where people could play like retro games too. So then like, he had this. Just like a bunch of little movie art things here. And like in this really realistic, Heisenberg mask. I already got a picture of that. I was just kind of like getting a little bit close. And he had like, a bunch of cards here on sale. And these little like Pikachu and Eevee like clicker keychains too. Yeah, so there's this right here, which he had like signed memorabilia from people and everything. Yeah, so he actually had like a Chucky doll signed by Alex Vincent, which if for those who don't know, Alex was the one that played Andy in the Child's Play series. So I thought this was like pretty badass that and I didn't just notice to meet Tiffy, Mooresville famous haunted doll. So and I'm definitely got to go on an ad break as that guy's ain't got any more snoozes. But yeah, he had like all this right here. Moving over. Yeah, I kind of showed that already. And he had like these, like he had a friend who makes these cards, like basically like fake Pokemon cards. And I just love like the Jaws one, and also they had like Snoop Dogg one, Ellie, Buffalo Bill, and everything. But anyways, I'm gonna do this ad break, guys, and I'll be right back. Then we're gonna continue get through the rest of these. actually had to zoom in a little bit because I noticed like some of the names on this stuff that I actually didn't pay attention to before. So one thing I definitely love is the Bobby V card right here. Like the whole "that's my person, I don't know you." But one and then there's for the Bateman card, like the Doors of Reservation, but obviously impressive, very nice. Of course, they missed a chance, say more basically something based around his morning routine, because since that's what he's so known for. Obviously Patrick Bateman's known for the infamous morning routine speech at the start. But then let me see. Of course, Get Out of My Swamp. And I like how for the LA one it's just puns and immunity. So yeah, I mean, like I said, $25 or whatever. I mean, I definitely kind of just want to pick the one he's up just for the hell of it. Oh yeah, that one. But I think my favorites here, I mean, I definitely love the Jaws one just because me loving horror and everything. But again, the Bateman one, there was a bunch here. Don't get me started on the fact they actually had some metal cards for thick Charizard and thick Pikachu, and he even showed me a thick Snorlax that definitely was packing on the cake. So yeah, so he had one of those punch machines up there, and so here's the story behind this one, Rogue. So they had a guy up here who actually broke the high score, and the guy because I said it was you got a punch machine over there, and he said yeah, and the guy said yeah, and he said that, and obviously it was working, and he said as honestly as I think you can do it, I think you could probably break the high score, which I mean I deadlift 420 in the gym at times and everything, so I still didn't actually break the score. There was a few welcome in what you plant, mom. So basically the whole story behind it is I got 2 chances and I whiffed the first punch, and it also was the pressure. There was actually a couple of police officers that came in there, and they were basically encouraged me to do it and everything. And they were cool about it. Obviously everyone was cool, everyone was watching, whatever. And originally I tried to get Amber to film it, but my camera was running down, didn't have a lot of battery to it. So I swung at it on the second punch, and I didn't actually get the full amount of the punch, or whatever. Basically my fist kind of slid. So the first one I outright mostly whiffed it and still got a little bit on the score, but this one I did manage to hit it harder, but it still wasn't as the way I actually could have punched it. So I'm pretty sure I probably could have actually broke it. I could have probably actually broke the record, but it's just I didn't actually literally right when I did the punch or whatever, my fist kind of slid a little bit, so I don't think I actually got the full impact of it. And he said that the dude, but at the same time, he also said the guy who actually got the record was a high school student, but he said the student was pretty ripped. So I mean, I myself, I think I got some muscle on me and everything, but the way he's describing, I'm guessing it was someone who probably played football or whatever. But yeah, I actually, it would have been cool to actually try it, but this wasn't one the one you usually see. A lot of these particular the punching machines go up 999 or whatever. But this one actually was one that kind of go up higher, so it didn't really rate your punch the same way as a lot of the other ones you see. But I mean, it was still fun. It was the first time I ever did it, but I feel I actually would have had my stance better, because I do regularly hit a punching bag at the gym. So I feel if I actually would have actually swung at it correctly, wasn't actually used my same stance I usually use for the punching bag, I probably would have actually got at least a higher score. So I dubbed this motivational Home Depot skeleton, just because he looks yeah, it was fun, witchy. I had a lot of fun with it. It was definitely a much needed vacation. So I called this motivational Home Depot skeleton, because he was just he was up there standing there just looking up to the distance. And I was thinking this actually could have been some meme worthy if I would have been able to get the angle for what I wanted. But I just kind of thought it was just funny that the skeleton was looking off in the distance, he had some kind of inspirational speech he was gonna say. But also thankfully, yeah. So this is actually good right here. Yeah. So the shop was called Crazy Cool Collectables, and it was actually right there next to the bookstore. Near footboards, as I would say, yeah, it's Crazy Cool Collectables in Mooresville, North Carolina. Honestly, I didn't actually name him, no. I'll just name him Duggery, screw it. So yeah, this was, of course, was the two issues for Deadpool Samurai. I showed at the start where I picked up. I may actually dive into dive into one of them tomorrow. And of course, there's the Pennywise. And again, what I've seen is that I'm actually gonna look it up again and just see, because I know I saw on the one app I used that this thing normally runs around 20 and we got it for 10. I'm just curious here. So Walmart is trying to say it's $50. I don't know why they're charging. It's because of the chase. Okay, it was the chase figure. Yeah, a lot of other places I'm seeing it. I'm just curious like how it would be on if it's on eBay sealed or something. Yeah, people are trying to sell on eBay for like $30 and things like that. I mean, I know it's like it's kind of become more of a rare figure and everything. It's hard to find, but I just want it because it's like the again, because I got like the Tim Curry one while I was on vacation, and this is my second Pennywise one for like, you know, Bill Skarsgård, and the other one I got is him like holding the boat. So, but I wanted the one with the dance, but there's actually another one while him doing the dance is more pricey because there's a glow figure. There's a chase of this one. All right, and this is like when we went to Carowinds. So again, this right here, guys, is the world's tallest Giga coaster and fastest as well. So this is like 325 feet, goes up like, and it goes upwards to about like 95 miles per hour. And this is the very first thing we rode. So this is Fury 325. And so the whole way down, so just kind of like, you know, just so you guys can see, the way this goes is that I can't like, I'm trying to get like a proper angle for it again. Yeah, you see like that drop right there. It's almost like, you know, pretty much a straight drop. And I think like the angle there kind of screws it up a little bit too. I think it was like an 80-degree angle or something. But yeah. So we got up to the top of this. And this is like the tallest coaster I've ever been on. Also the fastest, of course. But I've never like, so anywhere where other like amusement parks I've been to, I haven't ever been on a roller coaster as big as this. And the whole way down, like, you know, I'm basically just no-selling it. So I'm pretty much just right there, just stone-faced the whole way down. And Amber was kind of getting a kick out of it. Because the way kind of like we did things at the park is I rode some stuff with Joe. There's some coasters that Joe could handle and others that, you know, Amber could handle. Like, because so for her, she could handle these kind of coasters, but she couldn't do the wooden ones. Joe could do the wooden ones, but he wasn't really for like the coasters like this. So yeah, pretty much the whole way down, I just completely no-sold it. And afterwards I went to the gift shop. Found this right here, and it was like, again, I showed this at the start of the stream, and so this is only like $10 compared to normally being $30. It's definitely like one of the best $10 I've ever spent. Yeah, I definitely would recommend if you, I mean, this was like about 5 hours away, Nika, but this park was definitely fun. So this was the Hurler, which if memory serves correctly, like what I looked up on this, if I'm correct, I think this is the one that they used when they were like marketing Wayne's World back in the day. I know there was like that one coaster called, I can't remember if it was the Hurl or the Hurler, but I know that this one originally had like Wayne's World, like, you know, more Wayne's World like concept to it, but they changed a lot of it around. I can't remember like what exactly it was, but it was something to this where like it had like, you know, more of a, it was like more detailed, like it was more, like it was more, what's the word? Either way, it was more like a Wayne's World inspired coaster, but they took like a lot of like stuff from that away. Don't know where I was going with it, but yeah, if you look up the lore on it, let me actually kind of like look into it myself just to make sure. The roller coaster Hurler was originally themed after the movie Wayne's World opened in 1984 above Carowinds and King's Dominion after Cedar Fair bought the parks. The Wayne's World theming was removed in 2006, but the Hurler name was kept. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that this was the one that they, because I know they were talking about the Hurler in Wayne's World, or at least like in like some commercials based around it. So this was that coaster. So they had like a little capybara machine. And so there was the Carolina Cyclone. We got on this one. And this one had like, you know, the loops and everything. So I definitely love like the aesthetics for some of these places. We didn't eat at Chickies and Pete's. But we did eat like, you know, what was, I can't remember what was the name of this one, Amber. What was the place? But they had like, I think it was like, basically these were like what they call crab fries. They had like, you know, it's like this Old Bay stylish, you know, seasoning. And they had like, you know, I got like a, you know, the chicken cheesesteak. Okay, so it might have been it. But either way, they had like a chicken steak or whatever, or chicken cheesesteak, whatever you want to call it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah, you're right, Amber. So, because they were out of steak. So I just got like this where this was really good. That was like a solid like first meal like at the park. So this kind of like just shows like, which I'm gonna go ahead and say, hate this place, this spot here. Just no. I didn't have a fun time with the arcade rogue. So here's the thing, that this is the only thing Daddy Bears I got out of this trip. That, like, I spent like, probably like, I basically load up a card, like, at least you can, like, you basically had, like, get a card and you can load up with it at the very least, like, you spend, like, at least you can spend is 25 and get, like, 100, like, credits on it, 100 something credits. And this freaking machine was the absolute bane of my existence. So I've got 3 Teddy Bears. I mean, kind of started collecting them. I've got, like, one for Bones. I've got one, my big one you guys can, like, probably, like, see in the, background right there. So I've got like one for Squash, and up there on the wall I got like Bones, and there's this one rare one I got right there. There's a smaller one that was actually like a chase, like, very rare. It was like a mystery box bear. Yeah, so this one right here, because Bones or whatever is basically like a skeleton one, but this is like the other one I got. As you see, it's kind of like a bit of a it's called You Me. This bear met his end, and because he couldn't decide if he was a good bear or a naughty bear, some days he was all cuddly and cute, other days he was tricky and bold. He got in trouble as often as he was not. Some say he was lasting arguing with himself. Smells like butter, loves playing tag, weakness is Christmas. I still want that one. But yeah, so this one's called You Me. This was like for a mystery box coffin. So this one actually was the rarest one for that. I got it from Five Below, and I was like, I really hope I can get this one. This is actually, and the funny thing is, I actually got this one last time I was on vacation up there with Amber and Joe. So I got like the mystery box from Five Below, and they had like multiple bears you can get, and this is like the one I got. And again, this is like was the actual rare one. So this was like the ultra rare one out of the one I guess like was hard to get, and I ended up getting it after one coffin. Then I've got that one, Bones, and you guys can see Squash right there. So Squash is like a big pumpkin one I've got. So I just wanted the Doodle Bear. Like I really wanted Doodle Bear. Unfortunately wasn't able to get it because some of the machines there were definitely loose. So yeah, I just wanted that one. But fate decided I couldn't get like this friggin' like, look like, the guy from like, Take On Me by, whatever. Like I had like a nightmare and this thing started chasing him. But yeah, I definitely was like wanting that one, and fate didn't work out. But you kind of like, you also guys see which one I'm talking about when I said Bones. That's Bones right there. And of course, Squash. So yeah, I kind of like took a few attempts at that one, got nothing. They had a TMNT one in there, didn't get anything from that. These things can go to hell, because I tried to get one of them. So that didn't work out. Because they had like this massive claw, but these things were like so slippery. Like they were too soft and slippery, whatever. So like literally when you try to pick them up, they just didn't even really move. Yeah, definitely had like Dual Bob vibes. So there's that one. And this is like, so now you guys know the story about like when I was talking about this thing right here. So this thing. Hang on a second, I'll be right back. Let me give me 1 second. Well, not be right back, but just kind of like just doing something real quick here. Because I don't see the one picture I thought I had. Oh yeah, I do. So I'm gonna go ahead and like tell y'all the story of my revenge. So I got like those 100 something credits. No, these weren't just tough, Witchy. Those things were rigged. I don't care. No offense to Carowinds, I love the park, but those things were rigged. Like, so I had like this Raphael one I tried to get too. Like they had like this Ninja Turtle one that had like a bunch of like Fred Wolf style Ninja Turtle plushies. And there was this Raph one I picked up multiple times. Picked this thing up multiple times. And when I managed to, one time I picked up the Raph figure, thought I had it. It drops over there right next to the hole. And and I thought I got a chance to get this thing. All I gotta do is just like, just steer the claw machine down to it, like, basically, and like, just try, if I just pick it up one more time, I'd maybe like just toss it over, at least like, hit it on its head or whatever, like, and, push it around. Nope, because the claw wouldn't like actually reach that far towards the glass. It was at the front glass and it wouldn't reach that far over. Most I could do was like hit the Raphael figure's tag. So I was so close to getting like a Ninja Turtle one. But, so anyways, the story behind this starts here. So Amber tried to get like a candid of me. I was like, nope, not happening. So I basically was going around the arcade, talking about, I'm going to get my vengeance. I'm going to get my revenge. Blah, blah, this, blah, blah, that. Just watch. So Joe had like a card that had like, some points loaded up on it. And I think like Amber said, he tried to get some tickets out of his machine and, it dropped or whatever. I go over here and I was like, let me try. So I went over and picked up all 3 of these all at the same time. So I was like ranting about getting my revenge, and I ended up getting like all 3 of these rolls of tickets, like, in one go. So, yeah. I was ranting. I was like, I'm going to get my revenge. Just you watch. I'm like, this arcade machine doesn't know what's coming to it. Just you wait. And I go over there. ended up doing this. And so we got that, and then that combined with the other points, basically, gave me enough to be able to get the, get like this Timu, cup noodle thing, and still, basically, I think it was 1,000 points, and it had like 1,000 tickets, and Amber and Joe like had enough to get like a few other little things and whatnot. So yeah. So Copperhead Strike. This was a very interesting coaster because it reminded me a lot of like one back when me and my family went to King's Dominion when I was a kid. They had one there called the Anaconda. So I think it's kind of funny that they have like, this is like another part that had like a snake themed coaster like right alongside King's Dominion. So this coaster can go to hell. The reason I say that is because basically I got on this thing and it was throwing me around. And so when I got off of the thing, I actually got a bit of a scare. So I was holding onto the rail, right? Like the rail on this. It basically had like one of the lap bars to it. And so the way this thing works, Rogues, this coaster was amazing. That's the thing about it. When I say it can go to hell, it's for different reasons. So the way this coaster worked is, as you can probably see, like just like with a snake or whatever, it has like a lot of twists and turns to it and everything. So when this thing starts out, it immediately does like a slow roll right when you leave out of like the first launch. So it does like this very slow, that Heartland roll or whatever, Heartline roll. And the way it like felt or whatever, I actually felt like I was actually about to fall out of my seat. Because it's like, it does like a slow thing, so you don't really have any G-force, and they're right there kind of like keeping you like in your seat. So you're basically being pushed upwards, like towards like the harness. So it kind of gave me a slight scare right there. But then like afterwards, like the way the thing went, like after that or whatever, is that none of it was really scary. It's just, it moved so fast, and it was like just throwing me around. And I come off this thing, and in my left hand, it's like blue on a lot of parts. There's like, just my hand is like blue. And me, Amber, and Joe all thought that I was like gripping the thing, gripping like the lap bar, because again, I've got like some decent grip strength, Rogues, for the fact that I deadlift like 400 plus at the gym. So obviously I got like some grip strength. So we actually thought I gripped it so much or whatever that I actually broke some blood vessels in my hand. And then I went to the bathroom afterwards, and lo and behold, it was literally all that happened was just that it was just like some ink that somehow was on the lap bar and it got on my hand. And but that's what basically the ride actually made me think that I, bruised my hand up. Because this wasn't one of those things where like the harness, like, was, came down over you or whatever. It was like a lap bar thing. But if you guys ever go like the Carowinds, definitely get on this coaster. It was like one of the best ones there. Let's see, like, is that where we are? Hang on, take that back down. Trying to see like where we are on this. Trying to see exactly what all we got left. Yeah, we're not that far away now. All right, so anyways, next up. So yeah, I wished I actually could have caught this. So this was like during their Scarowinds event. This is like, so they had a thing out there for the Conjuring, as I've said. Considering fact I did get the Annabelle, a pop figure. And obviously Annabelle is part of the Conjuring universe. Wish I could have caught this, but next year I definitely want to try to go up there, go up to visit, Amber and Joe for Scarowinds. Because me being a haunt actor, I'm someone who also like is, any chance I might be able to get like possibly, the thing is like, past 3 years I've done haunt acting. I mean, I've got like 8 years or so of experience. So I've always like been one who's basically worked haunted houses, but never really had much of a chance to go into haunts myself. So, one of my dreams as a content creator is if I ever actually got anywhere with us to the point that I could like go do stuff like go to Halloween Horror Nights with my friends and everything. Cause I've seen like, channels like the Grim Life Collective and everything. Go haunt festivals and basically, record like the attractions and everything. That's something I've always thought would be awesome to do. Basically, kind of like go these places myself and take my friends along and just, that's something I've always like, thought would be like just an amazing thing to do. But the point is that me being a former haunt actor, I've also definitely had like a lot more respect for those who do this or whatever. And it's something I definitely would like to get back into if I ever actually had a chance. Because if those, like, for those of you who've never done haunt acting, it's an amazing experience. For me, I unfortunately, ended up, I was at a haunt that definitely felt like it was a home to me, for a while. It felt like definitely a lot of things changed there. Wherever I left just because I felt like, just, there's like multiple reasons, but one of the main things I just felt like I wasn't respected there anymore. I was always like trying to help others out there, trying to be someone others can count on. But definitely kind of felt like at times like, and the thing about it is I say this because it's not just me that left this particular haunt. There's other people that used to work there that moved on to other haunts as well. And I don't really say this in the sense of like trying to toss shade as much as it pissed me off a lot of what happened. It was just mainly, that I just felt like, my time there wasn't like my efforts there wasn't appreciated. And I left because that's basically how I am. If I feel like, like I'm respected and appreciated somewhere, like I'm actually a part of it, like, and treated like, respectfully as, as an equal. I don't care about like being respected, treated as above others. If I feel like I'm being treated like equally, that gives me grounds to feel like, makes me like more like want to stay there. But if I feel like I'm being like disrespected, I know like when to see. Blackmore gets it, because just basically kind of say this to an extent, guys. Blackmore, without going into too much, basically without like trying to like, I'll just let's say I actually met Blackmore at this haunt. Me and her are like, Blackmore actually is another haunt actor, and I met her at this particular haunt, so she knows what I'm talking about. But yeah, it's pretty much just I'm someone like you. I feel like when I go somewhere and I try to put like my time and efforts into something, I just want like to be treated as equal or whatever. I want, if people like, see like my efforts as worth it, I just want to be equal. I don't want to be like above anyone else. But if I feel like, my time and like and efforts are being taken advantage of, I'm not going to stick around. So I definitely I'm thankful for like the memories I had at the place, but I'm just not thankful for how it felt like a lot of things changed. And if the right opportunity comes up and I get back in haunt acting, yeah, no doubt. Like, I'll do it in a heartbeat because I love haunt acting. I love horror. I love, like, sharing my love for horror with people. And for me, it was just, like, one of the reasons why I left. Seeing, like, people there were, like, being much less about, like, doing what you need to do for the customers and make sure they're happy and trying to be in it more for themselves. Yeah, it's... Because that's one thing that just kind of sucked. Because for those of you who don't know, Amber and Joe, they actually drove 5 hours away from home just to come to like, come see me for my last year haunt acting at that place last year. They actually came to see me and everything. And, it just felt like to me, it was like, I felt like, it just was really upsetting knowing that my friends came all the way here came all the way to this haunt and it wasn't even ready yet because of things. Like if you're, my take on it is that, you're running a haunt, you got people that could possibly be coming like 5 hours away or whatever. And if they come like there and it's not like a good experience for them, that reflects on you. And that's one of the things that really just kind of pissed me off and was another key factor for me leaving. My friends like come like 5 hours away. It's not just to see me in that sense, but they're coming there to see the haunt as a whole. And if things aren't ready, yeah. And see, that's the thing, Witchy. I actually did have like, someone like last year, like, one of my friends here in town actually suggest that, but it's just a matter of me not having like the resources or the money for it. They were saying, well, I'm sure like you could like, definitely run a haunt. I was like, it's, even if I could, I don't have like the actual money or income or sources for to do that or connections for it. I mean, it would be awesome. There's like another haunt that kind of came up like around like in the same area that, several actors from the trail have actually, gone out to or whatever. They're actually out there now. And I've heard like a lot, people are saying that they've had like creative freedom. They basically felt like a home there. They're more like family. And my thing is, I'm definitely happy for them because like the people in question are out there deserve that because they're all like each of those and specifically, are great great haunt actors. And I can only hope that they're definitely tearing it up out there and doing so like feeling like accepted at home and everything because they deserve it, And like I said, if I ever get back in haunt acting, it'd be great. But for now, I'm just taking life as it goes and focusing on my live streaming and just trying to like do the things, do things about what I can do things about, I guess, if that makes any sense. But anyways, moving on, because we were just either rambling. So yeah, Afterburn, this was another one we got on. Smacked my head on this one, actually. It was like, after that, I was like, all right, Amber, I think I'm done today, because this one, it was another fun one. It was like one of the, like, the hanging ones. It was like, more like, airplane themed. Yeah, it's like, I was getting right. It wasn't bad, but literally, mainly what happened was we were going around like one of the, we were going like doing one of the corkscrews or whatever, and I smacked my head, and it actually like made my vision in that one eye like I kind of like lost my vision for a few seconds in that eye, like on that side of the head. I mean, I was fine afterwards. It just kind of rattled me a little bit, but it was but yeah, that was the main thing. So I kind of stay on the outside because otherwise Amber would have got like, because Amber's like much smaller and, with like some of her like physical conditions, I didn't want her getting hurt. And so when she suggested that, I was like, yeah, I'll stay on the outside. And I'd rather have been me than, one of my friends. So yeah, they had like, a Camp Snoopy store. I mean, I definitely would have wanted something out of there just because, I love Snoopy. And then like they had like Panda Express up there. So, Boo Blasters, this was a pretty fun one, too. This was, like, more like a kiddie-themed dark ride. It wasn't really scary. They had the one spot at the end that probably would have been unsettling because, like, for children, because, like, it was, like, a really dark room with a whole bunch of, like, light-up skeletons. So, you pretty much got, like, you got, like, a ray gun, And you basically, you and your friends like got like, you know, kind of like try to get like a high score against each other, like with these little like, you know, zap guns. And you had to like shoot these targets like going through the haunt. So this was pretty badass. This says, welcome to Boo Blasters on Boo Hill. It's full of mean ghosts. Those who dare enter must battle Boocifer, the meanest ghost of all. But don't be scared. You have a special weapon called a Boo Blasters. That Boocifer and all the ghosts away. So this is definitely like one that it was like definitely one of those things where, again, me being a haunt actor, I know all the tricks in regards to, like, a lot of the tricks in regards to like how to scare people. And this ride really didn't have any of that. It definitely kind of had like the whole vibe, like it was just something like very attuned to children, you know, and I enjoyed it. This one actually was one you can kind of like probably tell maybe to an extent. You can like definitely see it. This originally was a Scooby-Doo style thing. This was actually like Scooby-Doo themed. I personally would love to see the Scooby-Doo version of it. Because I could have definitely seen like, you know, how they could have had like, because they had like a bunch of little pop-up targets. You shot them and they did like little cartoony things. I definitely could have seen them like the Scooby-Doo thing having like, you know, the 10,000 volt ghost and, you know, Captain Cutler, the Creeper and all that. But still what they did with this was really awesome. And it, like, it was just like a simple little, like, you know, sit down dark ride and everything that just basically did what it was supposed to do. You know, it was like, it was a neat little experience. So then this right here, I mean, I got a little bit of, I don't know if I want to say vertigo, because they had like this one little thing. I immediately thought Final Destination Bloodlines, because it was basically like that floating restaurant thing. So pretty much this was just like this tower that they took all the way, like they took up. This is how I got like these shots, including like the ones for the thumbnail for the stream on YouTube. So yeah, this was the one Amber wanted to get on. So this is, of course, one of those swing rides. Yeah. Personally, I don't know how I would have felt about that one. I mean, I don't really have necessarily fear of heights, but this is pretty much, I think, what Amber had said. This, like, out there, I think she said this, what this was, I think, out of everything out there, this, I think, was, like, the only second, like, the only thing taller than this, I believe, was the Giga Coaster. So, yeah, this one, I think, like, the only other thing I've seen like this, it probably would have been worse, would have been, like, that swing thing they have, I think, on that skyscraper, I believe, in, like, they have, I don't think it's in Las Vegas, I can't remember where it is, but they got, like, one of these, like, on a skyscraper somewhere. But yeah, they, but this is, like, pretty much get, like, a good view of the park, and this wasn't even as high up as it goes, so, yeah, that's just part of the Giga Coaster. Yeah, and of course, that's the, yeah, and this shows how high up we were, because, you know, you can see, like, the city in the background. This is, like, what the view was like. And that was, like, yeah, the Giga Coaster, that's the one with that, that's basically what we dropped from. So we went up like that, and then afterwards, it was that drop right there. So you can kind of, like, see the people right there, like, going down. And this was, like, you know, unfortunately, the sunset or whatever, like, it's kind of, like, tricky, you know, because, like, this, we were behind this glass, so it was kind of, like, you know, really, like, hard to get, like, the shot I wanted. And then these little jackasses. The first thing I, like, saw them, and I think, like, you know, the Nutcrackers from Lethal Company that just, like, you know, made our lives hell. And so that's, like, another view of that. And this is, like, the ones, like, kind of the shots I got leaving out of the park. There's that. And finally, like, this is, like, another shot of the hoodie that we got. Which, again, thank you, Joe and Amber, for getting this for me. Because, again, the reason I wanted this hoodie so badly is just because it, you know, all the movie nights we've done on Discord and everything, especially the horror ones. You know, it just kind of made me think of that. So, yeah, it was, I personally wish it could have been on sale, like, you know, like the plushie I got for the Giga Coaster. But, you know, I think it's, like, still $60 was worth it. I wish it, like, just would have been cheaper. It would have been, because a lot of stuff they were having, like, end of, like, the season sale or whatever. And, of course, like, you know, on the way home, so again, like, for me, it's, for me, 7-Eleven is kind of like Buc-ee's for me, just because we don't have any in this area. So, yeah, it was just, like, kind of awesome just coming out of there with this, the Slurpee cup. And like I said, probably, like, that's the only time I'm actually going to use it. Like, it's the only time I, like, just me getting it today and then drinking from it is the only time I'm going to use it. Like, I'm probably going to put it back there on my little, like, you know, my, little snack shelf somehow. I just wanted it because it was red and it was, like, you know, it was, like, designed to look like a Slurpee. And then, like, you know, pretty much how we close things out, this is basically after I got back into town, we called Mickey D43, and we met up over at, like, the local pizza joint here in my town, and we had pizza. And yeah, so that was basically,
Alright, Rogues, and there's a little bit of a collaborative effort between me and Airwolf 17.
Yeah, and just to show you guys this real quick, because I forgot I had the video. So, yeah, so basically this right here, just show y'all what happened.
Both, like, picked up, like, we were at, like, movies earlier, and as soon as we left, we went to Five Below, and actually found these, like, you know, on sale in there. So, I ain't like opened any Pokemon cards up in a while, so this is gonna be a first for this set, and also just like first in a while. So this gets me like a little short video we'll be doing of this. So we're gonna let her go first, and I'll open mine. So personally, I'd like to have like the Mega Kangaskhan.
Yeah, let's see what we got here. That is a cute like wrapper on it.
In fact, she had like the Kangaskhan on her wrapper.
That's cute. It's actually yellow on that one.
Yeah, they changed it up.
Yeah. Oh, we got an energy card. Ivysaur, Ultra Ball, Jinx, Onyx. I kind of like the art on that one. Boss's Orders.
You got something.
Stonejourner.
Like...
Crawdaunt. Reverse Foil Mantine, and that is shiny. Knuckle Stack.
And you got Mega Camerupt EX.
One of my friends is gonna love that. They love Camerupt.
Okay, so anyways, now my perspective.
Alright. Still recording?
Yeah.
What you got?
Okay. Just at my end, I've got Energy, Nincada, Corphish, Fearow, Litleo, Ninjask, Marshadow, Fighting Gong, Ivysaur, Bayleaf, and I got a Mega Kangaskhan. It's not one I wanted, but...
You said you wanted a Mega Kangaskhan. You forgot to specify which.
I'll take it. It's not like the secret rare or whatever, but hey, I mean, I'll call that a win, Rogues.
That is shiny, too.
Yeah.
Like, that is gorgeous. Like, it doesn't do it justice.
Yeah, okay, we'll call that a win.
So yeah, it's because this basically like harkens back, like that whole thing right there, kind of like just harkens back to like last time I was on vacation. Like I said, she got me like a pack of Journey Together, and I just said I wanted to get the Articuno illustration rare because the reason for that is because like I got like my 151 my collection for 151. I got the Zapdos for that, and I wanted the Articuno to go along with it. And sure enough, I ended up pulling the Articuno for my first ever pack of Journey Together. And so I was like saying like the only thing I was hoping for was like with Destined Rivals, I could get the Moltres from that, so I could have like a secret rare for like all the the 3 birds, because that was like, because again like 151, that was basically my generation of Pokemon. Like Kanto's like my favorite Pokemon generation. But yeah, I mean overall, Rogues, it was a really awesome vacation. The only thing I hate about it was like there was definitely some people I wish they could have been there with with us and everything. But hopefully next year. But the main thing I just kind of like look forward to is the factor that I still got like obviously other ways I'm gonna be able to hang out with my friends, like hopefully tonight with a movie night, because again we still gotta like put Soundwave together. I mean it's like it's 9:10 right now, but I'm hoping it shouldn't take us too long to put Big Boy right here together. I'm gonna like definitely try to work with it and everything. We're gonna be doing that like in just a sec. But yeah, pretty much like the main thing I kind of like look at is, even though like I couldn't have people there with me, at least we still have like gaming memories we can make and everything. And hopefully like next time we can have like more people there along with us, because we got like plenty of time to try to plan for it. As far as like want to go up there for Scarowinds next year and everything, so we got like time to actually hopefully plan something if possible. But at the very least, we got like definitely more like gaming memories to make. As far as like this weekend, between like trying to finish up Left 4 Dead and like in what else there is for Escape the Backrooms so far, whatever me and Mickey D43 and El John's get into on Sunday, if we're gonna do like backroom company, or maybe we do like backroom company, or climb the back rooms. And also of course when we start getting back into Grounded 2 and everything, which because I am not gonna miss a chance to toss shade at Mickey D43, just playfully. Hopefully Mickey D43 doesn't have like another moment like what happened to him last time we played backroom company, and he's gonna hate me for this. I don't care. I'm gonna indulge in this. Like, I'm gonna like throw some shade at him. I mean, it would be a shame if we play Backrooms Company again. And where is it? Because I gotta throw shade at him. I mean, I'm kind of like I got a quota I gotta maintain here. Yeah, definitely got a quota I have to maintain. If I don't maintain my quota, where I'm not doing my job. Well, first off, at least. Yeah. So first off, I mean, hopefully he doesn't like just run in some random spike traps I totally had nothing to do with.
There.
That was cheap. Wait, there was one right here too.
I'm close to dead anyways. That deactivates.
Oh. Y'all go first. I ain't trusting shit.
You don't trust.
I knew it.
Bitch ass
I knew it.
fucker.
I knew it. I knew it was gonna happen. I knew it. I called it. I knew it. I was saying it in my head. I was.
Which one? Eldris, I didn't do anything wrong. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, you were just. It's not my fault you were there. My hand slipped. But let's not forget, like Mac's other. Oh. All over the place here, or whatever, for us to collect. Oh, hang on, it's not this one. Yeah, let's just hope that, I mean, Mac just needs to, like, stay away from, like, you know... Well, you got, yeah, well, you got some more stuff in there, Mac. You got my stuff right there. Okay, you didn't use mine. Just need to stay away from museums. Mac, you got the goddamn statue of David coming after your ass. What the...
Holy crap!
What the fuck?
What the... I am done.
What the? Huh? Alright, you damn.
That thing zipped.
It's like you.
That
fucking-
zipped so fast.
So, yeah, I mean... Hopefully, like, he doesn't run any more, like, you know, naked nudist statues that won't, like, snap his neck. Like a slip gem or something. All right, so anyways, guys, let me go ahead and actually... let me go ahead and actually get the... So we're going to be working with 2 cameras for this here. Hopefully this works correctly. Because normally this is, like, the thing I use for my Pokemon streams. And I had basically... Let's see what worked. Might want to move my dusty-ass keyboard. Hang on a second. I didn't plan this. Also, I definitely probably need to clean my mouse mat up. Probably should have done. I probably should have went out of BRB to make sure everything was set up, guys. Just bear with me on this. I got so many pop figures I've unboxed and everything. I'm trying to work. This we get when you do it live. Yeah. So basically, normally what I do is I just like put my keyboard up on mine. There. That'll work. All right. Whatever, y'all. Yeah, it's not that bad. I gotta get my mouse pad cleaned off and everything. It's not that bad, thankfully. So yeah, let's go ahead and probably get some music back on or whatever. Just so we can kind of get to this. And I'm gonna have like an ad break in like 20 minutes, guys. So just bear with that. So yeah, like I said, we're gonna be putting together the Soundwave figure. It's like 327 pieces. Hopefully, it won't take me too long to actually do this. And when this actually is done, so it's basically going to this thing is supposed to be able to talk. And also have light up eyes. And it's supposed to be like, you know, a pretty, like, somewhat of a tall figure and everything. I've got, like, this Optimus one that, I want to put together eventually as well. Because, they have, like, an actual Action Edition Optimus as well. But this is, like a smaller one that's pretty much designed after, like, Rise of the Beast and everything. So, for those who actually want to get this figure, just out of curiosity, how much do you guys think this figure is worth? Like, or how much you think I actually paid for this? I just want to, like, you know, like, what y'all think. Well, I'm, like, you know, getting it unboxed here or whatever. Just get... Nope. No, it wasn't 60. See if anyone else guesses. So, yeah, we got, like, yeah, okay. Okay, do you have enough bags? Also, as y'all probably like see, I did at least take like the wrap because they had like the wrap. I'll go ahead and say it. Half of 80. This thing was actually only $40. So the only thing about it is that these don't transform. The Blockies figures don't transform, so they're just purely action figure building kits. So there's no transformation involved at all in them. But yeah, the main reason I wanted this is just because of just how awesome the figure looks. You know, how like, you know, amazing it looks and everything. Yeah, it really, they're not that expensive. And what I've learned is that the Blockies figures actually aren't that, you know, don't really have like, what was I gonna say? Yeah, basically they have like a actual, fan following among like the Transformers community. Like people in the Transformers community actually like, you know, enjoy these. I've looked on Reddits and everything, and I've never really seen anyone like say anything bad about them. So there definitely is like you know, people in the Transformers community, a lot of people in the Transformers community actually love like, you know, the Blockies line. I guess it's just mainly because they're very detailed, and you know, in a way you're still basically, you know, it's there's still like involvement in it, like in regards like you have like Transformers figures out that don't actually, you know, they're already pre-built, they don't transform. But either way, you're still basically having to put the figure together. I think Megatron does have one. So yeah, I know that's obviously Soundwave has one, of course, I've got that one. Optimus has one as well. I don't know if Megatron, yeah, you know what I'm thinking? Megatron does, because it's on my throne wish list. Totally not trying to like say, hey, buy me stuff from my wish list. I'm totally not trying to say that to anyone here, but I'm just like trying to get see if like let me see. Let me go back to my other thing real quick, guys. Just so I can kind of like see if like me and Sammy are talking about the same one here. Go back to web show real quick. Because I'm totally, you know, not like trying to tell anyone buy me stuff right here. I mean, that's always completely up to you guys. Is it this one, Sammy? Because this one's like 38 and everything. I'm not sure if this is the same one. I know they have like, you know, some of the movie edition ones, but like I said, this one doesn't transform. Okay, so it's not the movie. It's not this one. Okay, never mind. Yeah, because they have that one, and then they have like the Optimus one right here. So, but yeah, so that's the thing about these. They don't transform, but like, you know, they are like just kind of like, you know, see if I can kind of show this real quick. I'm trying to like, you know, I can't remember like how to actually get to it from here. If like view product. So yeah, the cool thing about these is that they're actually got some. They're actually kind of tall. So it's let's say the height here. I'm gonna go down here and like actually look at. So these aren't like really short figures. Like as you can see, they actually have like a little bit of size to them. So, but yeah. That's why I'm so excited to kind of put like, you know, this figure together. All right. So anyways, I don't even know where to start. I just like, all right, so we got like, you know, the instructions right here. All right, I'm probably gonna go and turn the music back on. And so I know this is the stand. This is the stand for it. Probably just put it down here like with Optimus. And I'm pretty sure that looks like, I think this is probably Rumble. And it looks like Laserbeak's the cassette. So the way it's designed is that like, if I'm right, the way I think what I read is that Laserbeak has a cassette form, but the other ones don't. So Ravage, Rumble, and you know, I keep forgetting his name. Ratbat. They don't actually have the tape forms, but Soundwave's chest does open, so you can put like a Laserbeak inside of his chest. You know, which is fine by me because Laserbeak's my favorite anyway. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but yeah, as far as like that Megatron was concerned, what's that's called is the like it's basically as far as the Blockies edition is concerned. Edition, it's the action or like Megatron. What the hell? Appreciate you, Witchy. Thank you for that. All right, so yeah, thanks for the cheer. Appreciate you. I don't actually, yeah, that's the thing because my alerts. Yeah, I appreciate you, Witchy. You know, yeah, get some sleep, okay? Thank you for the bits. So yeah, like I said, it's the action edition. So for any of like the Blockies ones, if you want the ones that do stuff like light up or whatever, you want the action edition. The things I think that Soundwave is the only one that actually talks. So he has like voice lines. The only thing that frustrates me about this is he doesn't say the line. The lines he actually says, it doesn't show them here. But what sucks about it is that the only line he does not say, like the one line I wish he would say, that he doesn't say Soundwave superior. That's the only thing I don't like about this figure. He doesn't say Soundwave superior. You figure like, you know, that's the first thing he'd say. All right, so let's see how to assemble. Find the part number, press parts down carefully, put the parts together, finish. Okay. All right, so this actually shouldn't be that bad. So it definitely looks like it's gonna be like some stuff to this. I don't know. I'll probably just keep the music off right now, and while I'm trying to like figure everything out, so I'm gonna have a distraction. Okay. So it looks like we're assembling his head first. So we need A3. All right, that looks like that's his. Okay, the only thing I'm concerned about here is that Uh-oh. If everything's in Japanese, we got a problem. Trying to see. Page 126. Okay, I see it now. So it's got like the labels on the grid. Okay, so it's got like the numbers right there. Trying to figure that out. All right, so we don't need that yet. That's gonna be his chest, so that'll be next. Plus, if I had the music off, y'all can hopefully hear the clicks and everything too. All right, so let's get to his. All right, that's his blaster, his laser stuff. Ow. Okay, it looks like that's how we're gonna probably assemble Rat Bat. So that's the thing that's less daunting about these. Not all these are actually for Soundwave. Like some of them are actually, you know, of like his homies. Where's his head? Your mind's out of the gutter. I'm watching y'all. I know what y'all thinking. Okay, let me see. That's, I think, huh? Okay, that's his chest. That's probably his blaster. All right. God dang it. I'll put Rat Bat stuff in there. That's the display. All right, Soundwave, throw me a bone here. This might be it. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm having like a bit of a. All right, let me see. That's A3. Okay, now I'm seeing. All right, that's 1-1 A3. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. I think A3. I should just take all these out of the package so I can see them all a lot better. I really don't think it's gonna take me that long to get him assembled. I mean. And the way these things are, I think these actually supposed to come off pretty clean as well. Like they're pretty easy to snap off. All right, so let's see what we got here. All right, that's A3. So that would be like, you know, runners components. A3. B1. I'm guessing like everything is that's H5. That ain't right. I'm just gonna like just start taking everything out of the package. That way it's because. Okay, awesome. Let me look at that real quick while I'm like going through this whole mess. So it is. Yeah, that's it. That's actually one that's on my wish list. That's him. That's the exact same one from my wish list. Yeah, I will say, like, you know, for things like that, you can definitely use Nerd Corner in the future. That's basically just for, like, generalized, like, geeky stuff and everything. But yeah, that's the one. That's actually the exact one I've got on my wish list. So that's the one that lights up and everything. I don't know if he talks, but... Yeah, well, that's the one I showed on my wish list, it didn't have the box. He was just sitting down. This one's supposed to come with that throne. So yeah, it's like, that is the one. And, you know, if your friend's getting that one or whatever, again, it doesn't transform, but it is the action edition, so it should light up. And I think it actually, like, that one actually comes with a laser beak as well. So I think it's got, like, a laser beak and perch on his arm, so. All right, let me see. I2. All right, I think I'm kind of getting this here. Okay, yeah. Thing is, I ain't really done like too many model kits before, so that's the only thing that's kind of throwing me off. Yeah, again, like the Blockies ones are actually like very high quality. They look great. Like I said, they just don't transform. That's one reason I guess they cut down in price. I mean, they do have a transforming Soundwave figure that I do want. That's actually based around the movie one. It's supposed to be releasing, I think, like next year, and it's currently available for pre-order. So I do want that one. All right, so let's see what we got going on here. All right, so we need like an A3. And once I kind of like start getting going with this, we'll be fine. So we need H. So we're building this base. All right, yeah. So space is showing all this. So H1. I'm kind of understanding what we gotta do now. Because I got like everything like mixed up in here. So yeah, I think like Soundwave, Megatron, and Optimus may. I don't know. I think I might have actually saw like because they had a whole wall of them up at FYE. I wasn't really interested in them though because they were just like from Transformers One. Not nothing against Transformers One. I just prefer like design of the G1 figures. It's A1 right there. A3. All right, let me see. And that's D1. I'm pretty sure. Who is this? I don't know what D. I swear that's probably like for one of his buddies. H2. Probably should actually like, because it looks to me like the way they got this one right. Yeah, so they got, it seems like they're color coded. Yeah, like so H's are black. Blues are, A's are blue. I'll put the white right here. Well, we need B1. All right, so, and then we got, geez, every time I think I'm getting close or whatever, they pull me back in. D1. Trying to see which ones this is for. Like C2. I2. Okay, it's got, like, what else I need? It has to be in this one. So, I mean, I didn't rip most of the others open. Trying to, like, separate the ones I know has got to be for, like, you know, his homies. H1. Here we go. Finally. Now we're talking. Alright. Alright, so starting this off, we need H125, H126. Alright. Kind of like move these out of the way, too, because obviously I want to be kind of like assembling these. Alright, so H125. H125. Wow, they do come off clean. That's pretty wild. So you look at this or whatever, they actually come off like very clean. So like it's almost like it's not all right. So I see you. H125, H126. Yeah, this actually is like they clip off so easily. So this actually probably like good for those that like because I think I actually now see when I was talking about like someone on like Amazon, I think for the reviews for one of these figures before I got one said that it actually worked really well for them, and they got like you know a lot of issues with their hands and joints. So I can kind of see it now. These actually like work really well for people who have like you know conditions, like so the way they can't really like you know Okay, so let me see. So F1 here. Yeah, so these come up like you don't actually have to use scissors or anything or use anything to clip it off. So all right, now see what this is. All right, so this right here is what basically like will let him light up. Yeah, so we kind of put that right there. Oh, okay, this is gonna be fun. So we put that right, and then we put this right here. So there's not really any clicks or whatever. All right, now we need let me see. Now saying we need like the okay, this might be a problem here. There's like something we gotta like clip on right here. It says 1.1 components, 1.1 module components. Okay, that's not it. I think actually what I'm gonna do real quick is I'm just gonna like put everything up under here until it's needed. I got like a whole spot right here. I got all these pop figures up here. That's one of the problems. Once I get going, Rogues, we'll be fine or whatever. Still planning on doing that movie night. Because it's only like 9:32. I'm pretty sure I can get this thing put together relatively soon. So I kind of get going. Like, so this is the reason why I was kind of wishing I could have like done what I kept saying. I wish I could have had like another table, like just particularly for like my for if I start like building model kits. There it is. Okay, it's this little bag right here. All right. There's Laserbeak. There it is. Yeah, so this is like, you know, like his eyes or whatever. So once we kind of get this snapped on. I had to kind of like, you know. So we do this, and there's we don't want to do that. Darn it. All right. Might want to turn the music back on just like that, since it doesn't click, so you guys have like a little bit something to listen to. All right, let me see here. All right. Hopefully, like next time I do a model kit or whatever, it'll like go a little bit smoother. Or so, because I'm trying to like make sure I kind of like do this on stream. Like, you know, all right, yeah. So I need A316 and A319. So I had like these pegboards. If I could use those, that'd be all right. A319. Okay. All right, so we need A316, A319. Okay, right here. Right there, 19. All right, so now we got like just pretty much, you know, put those around here. Okay, so we got like basically his head right there put together to an extent. All right, now we need A326. I was gonna be ad break in like 5 minutes, guys. So A326. Okay, now of course like be like his little. You see that right there. All right, A34, A33, A33, A34. Hang on a second. Yeah, Sony's, it's definitely taking a little more elbow grease to put them in, but. I just want to make sure I don't like break anything either. Make sure I'm actually kind of doing this right. Yeah, it's. Yeah, this is like, so the only things I'm just concerned with is I'm gonna snap something. So that's the only thing I'm trying to watch this. Yeah, it's definitely because I just keep on. I appreciate you, Seth Bird. And nothing but love as well. You have a good night, okay? Okay, see, I was really concerned right there. I was like, do not break. And snap right there. I kind of like, my heart dropped a little bit, but. Yeah, you guys enjoy this where I definitely want to do some more in the future. I mean, the Optimus one's not going to be as bad. because it's only got like 80-some pieces, but it's also gonna be a much smaller figure. But like I said, it's just the whole thing here. Like I'm worried I'm gonna snap something. But the good news is these things are sturdy, so that snap means it's actually staying in place. But you know, that's the whole thing. It's like a $40 figure. I don't want to break anything. They'll also be just embarrassing to have it happen on stream. So we definitely don't want that. Okay, so we need a B-130. Oh, Janaki sunk my battleship. Buy me a new one. B-130. All right. All right. Oh, this is the same one. No, this is the same one, Jeremy. We're still on the same one. Yeah. So, for all you Ninja Turtles fans out there, Turtles, there's no one better. Turtles. Draw for Shredder. I don't know. I don't know. It's just his mask always made me think Shredder. Now he's looking more like Soundwave. Oh shit. Hey, Rogues. Making a lamp. We are totally making a lamp. Anyways. B112, B122, and... Oh, this is his neck joint. Alright, Alright, so we need F12. On B122. Alright, so... Yeah, and also just so you guys know, there will be, without a doubt, also like ad break in 25 seconds. I'm planning on getting Hatsune Miku figure to go along with him. For those who know, you know. But I'm definitely gonna get a Hatsune Miku figure to go along with Soundwave, and there's a reason for that. For those who don't actually know the meme, it's gonna be a thing. So anyways, kind of like just snap this in there. All right, ad starting in a second, guys. See you guys in a few. All right. Anyways, also get the music back going here. Okay, yeah, that one. It's funny that this one actually played, considering the title of it, Santa's Toy Store, because I'm like a little kid in this toy store right now, like putting together like my superior little Decepticon. All right, so anyways, so now that we've like our head game's a little strong. Shut up. Hang on, I gotta reach up here just to freaking. I had to reach up just to clip my stream. All right. Anyways, that out of the way. Elginox just influenced me to say such naughty things. How dare you, Elginox? But anyways, so now we got like all right. So for the chest, A1. Well, we got B1, A1, A2. They also cleaned off this desk over here. Yeah, how dare you? A2 and A3. Okay, we need like all the A's. And H1 stays there. See, I cleaned off the my little desk right there. There's a reason I wish I could actually got like a table. So I had to figure out how to actually get everything set up for that. It's H3. H2. C1. C2. All right, let me see what we got here. All right, 8-1 sheet. Literally sheets. B1 right here. Now that's E1. All right, let me see here. A3B1. It's probably like in this right here because I ain't opened this one yet. No, not happening. I don't know what you're talking about. We're not. Do we still have music here? What's going on? Excuse me. Stop like my playlist for a second. I don't know what's wrong with that thing. What's wrong with you? All right, let's see. This should be C1. All right, C1, H1. That's H4. What the hell? H1 right here. Should be everything. All right. All right. So H1. H128. H128, H114. Alright, first off, we also need the module components. Thankfully. Got that right here. I thought I did. How many modules do you need, Soundwave? Probably should have my X-Acto knife out for some of this. I love the little Decepticon logo here. I wonder if that's the magnet. I know there's supposed to be a magnet thing that yeah, I think that's it. There's so basically how he talks to use a magnet. I wonder. Or I can put it together yet. Or we're trying to like cheat code it. Alright, okay, let's see. There's like so many steps and buttons and stuff. Oh, there's a pull tab. Thanks for jump scaring me, Soundwave. You're not even put together yet, you son of a bitch. It works. Scared the shit out of me right there. Like, oh, I know. So yeah, that's the magnet rogues. You basically use this, you push up against that or whatever, and it turns them on. Platonically speaking. Who did it? Elginox. Elginox dead, you jackass. Dare you. Problem is the light won't turn off now. So this won't turn off. I don't know how to get rid of it. Okay, I shut him up finally. Okay, I shut him up. Let's see here. What we need to do now is we need to put together. We got a problem here. Okay, that's showing where you pull the pull tab out. All right, so we did that and got slightly jump scared. Let's see. H1, H2, 14. 28. All right, so let's see here. I guess it's gonna be like this way. I guess I got this right. Certainly hope so. Let me see. All right, H128 14. I'm confused here. I'm trying to figure this out. And not drop stuff. Yeah, I'm kind of like running a few little snags here. So let's see. H128. That's where I messed up. This is the right one. Okay. So it's H2, not H. God dang it. Too many. Anyway, you got too much stuff going on here. You got too much junk in your trunk. Y'all are never gonna hear anyone probably ever tell Soundwave he's got too much junk in his trunk again. So, all right, H214. I took the wrong one off there. There we go. Okay, I guess that should be about right.
Here comes a new challenger!
Oh, your girlfriend, appreciate the follow. Welcome to the Mask Alley. Hope you're doing alright tonight. Yeah, we are currently trying to put together Mr. Wave here. I guess that's basically. See, this was like a little bit tricky, but I feel like, obviously, I'm kind of like trying to follow the thing right here. It looks like it should be correct. Unless. No, it isn't. Alright, yeah, so it's supposed to be like that instead. Okay, I think we're good now. Okay, I think I get it. Yeah, so basically this is like going to be his joints for his shoulders and all that. Okay, I get it now. Cool. Alright, so now we can do the other one. So we need H215 and H229. Or H215, H129. They're not going to get me this time. H215. That right there for right now. Yeah, this is my first one I've ever done on stream. Actually my second one I've ever done in my life. First time I ever did one was an Otaku Gundam years ago and I sucked at it. But the blockies ones are actually very much the beginner friendly. H129. Like these don't require like any glue, any painting or anything like that. You just snap them together. So it's more like build an action figure instead of actual full-on models. And these are like, yeah, just put that right there like that. Okay, and then I guess it kind of goes out like this. Well, I suppose. Well, okay, there we go. This already has me wanting to get the Optimus and Megatron. It's like I got them on my wish list and everything, but because again, I've got like already got like some Soundwave stuff back there. I've got like one of his Mighty Bugs, and I've also got his pop. Actually, I got three things. I got like two of his pop figures. One of them is like the Rides one, so you can pretty much put the figure of Rumble in his face and everything. I still feel like they missed the opportunity and like make it where like it was actually his doing the cassette. Okay, so we need now that we got that taken care of, H115. I just like how these things like come out like so easily. 130. Like they just snap, you know, it's no effort whatsoever. So I can see like how, because I've got one thing you guys might know about me, I have arthritis. I was born with it. So yeah, it's pretty nice like having something like this is actually pretty, I mean, it doesn't really bother me too much at times. But okay, there's an arrow right here. We gotta make sure it's facing up. All right. Put that right there. Snappy snap. And we are graced by Lavender Tower's presence again. The song I'm talking about here, guys. There's a whole running thing. It happened at the beginning of the stream. Just go with it. As much as this song slaps, I know like Amber's over there laughing and want to just pop back up again. I know you're laughing, Amber. I know you're laughing right now hearing the song playing again. I'm laughing my misery. All right, H1-1. But it's still like it's probably like my favorite like, you know, stream beat song or whatever, but okay, let me see here. Okay, yeah, I'm kind of like seeing how this works. So let me see. Make sure I'm not getting anything wrong here. Okay, I think I got, yeah, I had like do a little bit of rotating there. Should be it. I'm just worried about like, you know, getting one step wrong, whatever, and then this whole thing, like, you know, him like, you know, me getting them together, where he's got he's you know, he's doing this, like his legs like so crooked, like he's doing a stanky leg or something. That's mainly I'm concerned about, like he's gonna end up like I'm gonna get this thing put together and he's gonna look wrong. Yes, let's see. So basically what we're doing right here, guys, is that the way these figures work is technically what we're actually building here is his skeleton. Like the way these actually work or whatever is that like his outer hull stuff where it's gonna come afterwards, we're putting his skeleton together right here, more or less. So this is basically all his joint, like the joint system and everything. So these figures actually literally come with like a skeletal system you put together, which I think is pretty cool. So yeah, it's all right. So I need H1-2. Again, I just like how like this snaps out so easily without like having to use any kind of tools whatsoever. That's pretty cool. That's definitely like a plus. Okay, so yeah, his. I basically just put together like his entire pelvis or something. I don't know. Yeah, that right there needs a. Yes, one. There we go. All right. There. So yeah, basically we're just kind of like, you know. There's like Soundwave. What have they done to you? All right, A26. Where is it? All right, that's his 5. There it is. All right. It's just wild, like I said, like, you know, when you basically, you know, take it apart where it doesn't show any of like the joints right there, like the things like this or whatever. It doesn't show like anything like kind of hanged off of it. Like it comes loose like so cleanly. Let's see here. All right. Cool. Oh my God, he's got such a beautiful little dress. I don't know, it looks like he's wearing a dress and he's like just got his hand, his little what's left of his hands, like yay. I don't know. I'm just amused with it right now, which I get put together. Just concerned about. I'm just trying to check something here. Is this right? I need to check something because I need to get a better look at this. Uh-oh, let me... Just making sure of this here. I think I might have got something wrong. I'm trying to like see here. Uh-oh. And I might have got like the joints right here wrong. Like the supposed to be the arm ones. But thankfully it should be an easy fix. I just want to make sure. So let's show them right here. Trying to figure this one out. Trying to like see if I got the right direction on this. Let's see. Oops. I bought something. That explains why I didn't go in all the way. Okay, I got it. Shut up. Don't start with me. Welcome back in there, everybody. You know, I think we're good now. Okay, yeah. Thankfully that. All right, that was an easy fix. I think. Well, not quite. Yeah, I'm having like a little bit of trouble with this part right here because it's a little vague, but I'm hoping I actually. Yeah, this like right here is a little bit trickier. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Put this in here. Yeah, I gotta. Well, hold on. Maybe if I'm lucky, I can kind of like fix this like this. So I just do like that. I'm not sure. I'm trying to see here. I think I got something reversed. I'm hoping I can fix it. Let's see. Because like I said, this spot right here was like a little bit. Yeah, I can't. I'm gonna need something to like try to push this back through and see if I can fix it. Yeah, because we got like a part right here that's kind of locked. Well, not really locked, but. I figured out this thing wouldn't go seamlessly. But I'm hoping. Well, I figured like it wouldn't snap together if it wouldn't. If it like wouldn't snap together like this, where if there wasn't, if it was wrong. Let's see if I kind of do like this. All right, so there's that. I don't know. Maybe it actually was. Maybe this will work. I mean, it seems like it. They wouldn't like snap together like that if I couldn't like do anything with it. We're gonna find out. All right, so I think it's still like doing the whole like. So I guess it should work fine or whatever. That's thing. It basically still lock in place normally. So hopefully I actually got it. We'll know. We'll know soon enough. All right, we're just gonna like wing it, rogues. I can always like come back later and hopefully like it actually is gonna do what it's supposed to do. Maybe it's like one of those things where it really won't matter that much. But I feel like it wouldn't have like snapped in place like that. It wouldn't have actually done all that so well if it wasn't gonna work. H27. This is gonna be like us building like more of his chest. Here we go. That's H5. H27. Alright, hold on a second. H27. Where's H2? It's H1. Up there. Okay, H27. All right. Try to get back on track here because we kind of like lost some time. Okay, and apparently I put this in there wrong. There we go. Okay, at least it didn't break. I got a little worried. Alright, and there. Okay, it looks like he's like just wearing a dress he's so happy about. I don't know. Okay, hopefully that's the last time I gotta do this because I'm worried about like doing that again. All right, let's see. Okay, so yeah, I got the cassette thing going. A32 and C1. Make sure we actually do this correctly this time. Not actually A3, 2. C1. Is this right? Ain't it? Sweet. C1. Kind of like putting this little notch right here. Get your ass, get in there. Maybe that's how far it's supposed to go. I don't know. I don't know. So I don't seem right about that. There we go. Booyah. Okay. All right. Stay here. All right, now get the other one. Pretty much rinse and repeat right here. A3. A31. All right. Make sure everything lines up. Okay. Perfect. All right. Next page. Okay, H127. All right, H127. B13031. There's too many freaking things all over the place. You get back. All right. A17. Gosh darn it. There. All right. So for this one, goes over to top. And we need B130, B131. Where are you? Oh, there it is. B131. All right, it goes right there. So it should be like right. At first, let's put this in here so we can kind of like have like a more of an idea on how this works. Gosh damn it. All right, let me see. So, guess it would. All right, this is facing down. And this side would be facing here. There you go. All right. Now, next up. Okay, I see what that is. Yes, that's his ball joints, so. Alright. This basically is like his upper chassis and everything. Alright, so now we need A25. Alright, A25. E120, E120. Oh, now y'all want to use the silver ones. E120 and 21. All right. All right, so these would go okay, so I guess these go like in here. That's pretty neat how they did that. So it kind of like, yeah, it goes in there. Make sure, hang on, because it's not one to stick. I guess that's right. Yeah. All right, yeah, that one. All right, yeah, here we go. All right, that was correct. What I had before. And like I said, at least you know with the Optimus one, it's not gonna take it nearly as long. I guess I gotta snap this in now. Excuse me. Oh, on the back, right. All right, there's that. All right, A12. No, you don't. I'm just glad I'm gonna get all this stuff out of the way so that way I got more room to do what I gotta do here. This is BS. I need a bigger table. Now I'm regretting like taking my little keyboard tray. I'm about to put it back on there if I can find it. I had a keyboard tray down here I took off. I probably shouldn't have done that because I can have like a tray to actually put all the stuff on. All right, A12, A328. But at least it's starting to move along a little bit faster now, I guess. A328. Now I'm kind of understanding how this works. Okay, 328. I said to go ahead and put this on there, so. Okay. A212. A212. 2. That's the most vague instruction. We just need 2. Hey, look everyone, 2. No numbers or no letters were just 2 and 1. Okay, so you know, it's funny. I said like I'm done with all these kind of like, you know, I'm tired of all these pegboards or whatever, and now this one's done. Like literally the smallest one, like we can really use whatever, and that one's out of the way now. Like this one is using any space hardly or whatever, and gonna be one of the bigger ones. Oh no. But yeah, just because of how much he's plagued, like this model kit's already plaguing me regardless. I am totally gonna get the Hatsune Miku figure, like Hatsune Miku figure, just to plague him with it. Like, for those who know, you know. All right, now of course to put together like. Oops. I made a mistake. Yeah, I was supposed to like. Trying to like be very gentle taking this out because this was supposed to go in there. That was a massive save right there because this thing, that peg right there, was definitely trying to snap. Thankfully, I kind of saved it, so. Yeah, that one like kind of bent a little. I don't think it wouldn't have been bad. Yeah, that one kind of like went out of place a little bit. Yeah, I kind of like it. Yeah, it's good now. That's what I love about this figure. So yeah. This is gonna open a way for me to put like the laser beak tape inside. So I love the full fat. It's actually got like an actual opening chest compartment. So. In a minute. I didn't know about this. It's got a working eject button. That's how it works. I didn't actually know it had an actual eject button. Okay, I'm having fun with this. Okay. Let's continue. It's actually got an eject button. That's amazing. And I definitely just got like Blackmore's assistant with the Okay, that is so cool though. Yeah, and this definitely has me wanting to get like the Megatron and Optimus ones. So yeah, it's actually the fact that it literally just, yeah. It's not even spring load. That's the cool thing about it. Like, it'd be nice if it was spring loaded, but all right, that's neat. I like that. All right. I love how it just says right here, crotch components. Like, what are you doing? Oh, I'm just assembling Soundwave's crotch. What? Okay. All right, so H2 and H1, we definitely need that starting off here. Okay. Thankfully, these are actually, I think he's got like a little small ass compet. He's got like entire. He's got like 2 boards like dedicated entirely to his crotch. All right, oh, never mind. No, that's H2. No, never mind. I stand corrected. That's, that wasn't what that was. Yeah, it's H2, H1. I thought those were dedicated to the crotch, but it was not. Okay, anyways, H2 13. H1 31. H2 10. H210. Definitely have to watch this one right here because all right, let's see. The hell? I see there's this one symbol that keeps popping back. I need to actually make sure. Like how all y'all are like trying to keep your minds out of the gutter right here. I knew for a fact like me making this figure or whatever was gonna like, you know, bring out something. Okay, so let's see here. It says right here. Yeah, let me see here. All right, hold on. Do this like this. Yeah, some of this. I think I get it now. Okay, and then put this right here, I think. You know what? I love. I'm just gonna enjoy it. I'm just thinking about the fact that anyone who comes in watching me build his figure is gonna realize, you know, suddenly there's like just a sudden, like, you know, Soundwave has like a little, somewhat of a harem. A213. Oh god. Okay. A213. Damn it, Soundwave, knock it off. Okay. A3. Okay, A3 8. A3 8. Okay. A3 7. A1 13. All right, A1 13. Let's see. That ain't right. Hold on a second. The only thing I wish is that the insides could have been like labeled or something. All right. Oh god, his pelvis rotates. Shush. A112. And B125. Okay. Darn it. There. A12, A3, 9. Alright, hang on. A3, 10. Alright, let me see. Three, 9. Okay, I'm gonna try to do this in order, probably. 13, B13. Shit. Alright, let me see here. Extend the ad. Do another snooze real quick. Keep this. We know 9 minutes. Alright. I guess this is right. Or not. What the fudge? Oh, there we go. There's the... Alright, Amber. Awesome. Yeah, I'm hoping we might be able to do the movie night tonight. If not, definitely do it tomorrow. I'm trying to get through this. Here's that, and we need a B12. Like everyone else is like being all raunchy in the chat, and Nerdy just comes in with like with just dancing dinosaurs. Okay. There's that. Okay. Oh shit. I kind of like, you know, apparently like, you know, I'm trying to like instantly build a model figure, like a model kit and everything. I've found out like about Soundwave's harem. A212, A2, fudging hell. A214. A214, there's that. All right. Oh my god, this is so wrong. At least we're slowly getting a figure together. I mean, I'm not gonna have done that out of order. All right, arm components. So we need A1. All right, A3 can take a seat for a second. We'll wait till we get to his legs to do that. A3, A1, B1, H1. You're not H1, you're H2. I need you too, though. I need the one of H's. The one of H's is what we need. And I2. Oh, so now I2's finally getting some. All right, D1. All right, so H2 or H220. H118. Where the hell's H1? Oh, there it is. H118. See, this one's frustrating because this one has all the joints and everything, all the joint parts. H217. Hey, come back here. Okay, you can wait your turn, alright? I don't need to get out of order here. That one came off. I don't even know. Just get up there. H217. Okay. Guessing here that yeah, we'll do it like this. Oh, let me see. Do like that. Right. That one. All right. Yeah, ad runs in like 3 minutes. H123. A311. At least well, no, we're not quite done with the board. A311. Eh. Okay, there we go. All right, and then we do. Eh. Oh, right. Okay, there we go. Thankfully, like, you know, so, like some of these things, like it has like notches on them, like that, and so you kind of like, you know, and then you see like little pieces right there, so you know like exactly how it lines up. B124. All right. That one. All right. B124. Okay, yeah, we gotta now snap these together. A314. Okay. Let's see something right. If these line up correctly. Yeah. All right. So we pretty much need to. Do what? I got it. All right, there's that. All right. Ad's about to start in 20 seconds, guys, so I'll go ahead and get that out of the way. So I'll be back in 3 minutes, and hopefully we can actually get, like, another arm assembled. So see you guys in a few. All right, guys. So, anyways, yeah, where were we? All right, we got like the one arm taken care of. H1 11, 20, H14. All right. Okay, H1 11, 20, and H14. Where you at? All right, 20 and 14. So here's the funny thing. That one that I accidentally picked off earlier or whatever, I already... Yeah, now it comes into play. Okay. A fudge and a half. Hang on a second. There. Alright, hold on a second. Let's see what's going on here. Alright, let's see. So I'm trying to figure this out. Hold on a second. Oh, right. I think I get it. Alright, yeah, that's how it goes. Oh, no, you don't. Alright, so yeah, so basically we're actually making like the things like where like his elbow, I guess. Okay, there's that. All right, H2, 3. That right there until I know exactly what it is. I know eventually when I actually, need to, if it's already unclipped. H2, 3. H2, 3. H1, 17. Where you is? H1, 17. H2, 18. I'm trying to go ahead and get on through this, also make sure I don't make any mistakes. H2, not H2, 18, H2, 8. And H2, 17. H1, 17. No, huh? Do we have it or not? Oh, okay, we gotta put this part on that part. Okay, I get it now. Okay, I get what you're doing. Let's put that right there. That's a little ball joint. Or ball socket or whatever. All right, let's see. So we kind of put this right. thinking, what the hell? Okay, hold on a second. Okay, hold on. Yeah, since this is being a little bit tricky. I know, let's see. So we got like that. I think I might actually find it, maybe if I'm lucky. Jeez, it's not want to go in there. Unless I... Okay, this one's starting to give me a little bit of problem here, guys. Alright, hold on. There we go. That's the trick. Now we're getting somewhere. Again, finally. At least I thought I was. That don't seem right about it. What in the hell? I'm so confused. I'm trying, because this one right here is like definitely trying not to come together. Unless... I knew it. Yeah, I fixed it. That was on me. Booyah. We have a joint. We have like a elbow or something. I don't know. Alright, B1, 10, and 9. Yeah, if we don't do the movie night tonight, definitely will tomorrow, no doubt about it. Since I'm back home now and everything, and didn't expect that to actually take so long. Let's see. All right, put that right there. Okay, and then... Alright, yeah, I'm trying to get it done. I mean, I really don't think it's gonna take too long. It's just... You know... We're getting through everything. Because honestly, the main thing I'm telling myself is not all this is for Soundwave. I like this, some of the stuff is for like the other characters. There's like 4 other bots that come with them, so not all this is gonna be Soundwave's parts. So I may actually just put those together off stream. I just want to put Soundwave together. Well, we'll see. Alright, alright, need D15. did that right. Hold on. Okay, there's that. Okay, B128 and 26. B128. 26. Hang on a second. Yeah, this part here is like definitely trying to. Yeah, I have been once I get this other piece down, it'll. All right. A321. All right, A321. I'm saying it's kind of like, you know, coming together. It's just like telling myself like, really, you know, once I get like his legs and like it. Oh shit! I gotta put his whole. Yeah. I gotta put his freaking fingers together. They're being very detailed, like, you know, even his. Okay. Whatever the case. Let's see here. Okay, that snap was very satisfying right there. All right, so yeah, we got that. That better be right, because that's not coming back out. Shush. 120. All right. I'm just loving, like, you know, how, like, you know, so things, these definitely have, like, articulation to them. So that's one thing I'm liking. Like how articulated it is. All right. There's that. Okay, and this actually is a replace. Hang on. B13. So I'm guessing, like, this is basically, you know, what I can use if I don't want to, like, it says replace. So this is like B13 is a replace thing where it's got that covered up. So I'm guessing this is going to be for his arm cannon. Just kind of look at the box real quick and. I don't know. It says like replace B13. It's weird. It says right there I can replace it. I wonder if it's the thing like where Laserbeak can, like, you know, can stand on his arm or something. I'll look into it later. Alright. Thankfully, like, you know, so his fingers and everything's all, like, right here, so... It's actually not gonna be that bad. I-2-1. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. And do we need 6? Hey, hold on. Okay, get 6 right here too. All right. So we need I probably should like took them all, like put them on his finger one at a time, just to distinguish between them, or whatever. So his fingers are definitely different. Shouldn't be that bad. All right, so yeah, that should be his Okay. This honestly is a bit of a nightmare. I'm worried that these are gonna snap, like no doubt about it. And next time I'm not gonna make the same mistake I did before. I'm gonna take them out one at a time. Nice try. How dare you? How dare you? I'm here in my little zone, and you're gonna try to mess me up. How dare you? Alright, let's see. There's that and that. This next time I'm gonna like take the fingers off and put them on one by one. Alright, this is bullshit. I don't like this. Alright, I think I might have goofed. I put his middle finger like... Oh boy. Okay, at least it came... I would have been upset if that would have snapped. That would have sucked. Okay, let's see here. So. Yeah, this honestly has probably been the hardest part so far. I appreciate you. You have a good night, alright? Alright, now we're getting somewhere. I think. Okay, yeah, stab finger is definitely a little bit longer, so the next one should be like this one. Alright, yeah, cool. Alright, we're good. We're good to go now. I'm not making that mistake with the next one, though. And this one should be like the shortest one. Alright, yeah, there we go. That one had me a little bit scared, because this, like, because you guys look at this where this thing is like, yeah. Like, literally this right here, like, I was just worried that if any of that snapped or whatever, yeah. That would have sucked horribly. I rotate these around. Because that's like what's cool about this, the fact that the fingers are actually, you know, like individually jointed as well. That's what's like really neat about this. So like the fingers actually are individually, you know, jointed. So I think that's like a really cool concept with this figure too. But God, that was like really stressful trying to get that done. That's just worrying. I'm hoping I didn't screw anything up. Again. Let me just make sure here, because I'm hoping I didn't just mess it up again. Ah, crap. I think I might have. Yep, this is a problem, so I gotta go back and do it again. Should be good, though. Yeah, I think we're good now. Yeah, definitely not gonna make that mistake again, though. The other one, I'm gonna make sure that I'm gonna take each individual finger and snap it on. Like. Alright, there. Now we're good. It's matching. Alright, yeah. That sucked. No more. Never again. Okay, now it actually looks like more right. Okay, cool. Okay, it makes sense because the middle finger is the longest or whatever. And all right, yeah, it is. Okay, yeah, I got it. God, that sucked. All right, next up, A16. As I said, there's these few little spots where it definitely like it's taking me a little bit longer. Like, you know, just once I get past them, so at least I know with the other one it won't be as bad. Let's see. See here. As once I get past like the whole thing and make his hands or whatever, we're good. All right. Put his thumb up here. All right, we've got a hand now. All right. Now, comes the fun part. Did all this actually work together correctly? Still don't understand why they told me to replace this part right here. B13. And I'll just do it for the sake of the thing or whatever, but... Alright, so there's that. I'll just head that off to the side for whatever purpose. Or porpoise. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, this one's like popping out a little bit too easily. And it just came out stuck right there. Hold on. All right. I guess it's basically in there. All right, and then thought that on there, right there is not where it's supposed to be. Yeah, it's definitely taking like some work here to get this. Yeah, his arms are definitely like the one part of this I have not been fine with like with putting together. All right, there we go. That's where I messed. That was on me for messing that part up. I got it. All right, and then. Oh, that's, oops. That's why I messed up right there. I had it reversed. All right, now we're good. There's dead like some spots here you definitely want to. Okay, get this put together. I still don't like how like loosely this one's falling. This one's coming loose. How quickly this one's. Jeez, there's some spots here where it's. All right, jeez. Yeah, it's definitely like not really giving me much. I have to watch what I do here with some of this. All right, come on, get it in there. There's this part right here keeps on wanting to pop up. Yeah, this is definitely being a bit of a nightmare right here, but let's go. I'll try out this. Yeah, there's like basically just trying to get these arms together. This is like the hard part because it's basically wanting to try to keep on coming, not doing what it's supposed to do. Finally. Yeah, that part right there was not wanting to do its job, but I got it. I might just get the hand to cooperate. I'm just not like a fan like how like the hand comes out like a little bit too easily. All right, we got that at least. Now I'm just saying having to like repeat this for the other one. So I'm just trying to get through it, Rogues. I'm hating this, but it's got to be done. H2 16, H19. H2 16. Sometimes I get through this or whatever, it won't be. And I like one of the worst parts about this is going to be over. H2 16. H19. H221. my box done right there. H119. Oops. H119, H221. Yeah, put that out this. I guess one I accidentally took out. I've used for it eventually. Alright, trying to go and just get on through this. Here's 216 right there. Alright, let me see. There's that. Okay, and then this. It's gonna be so satisfying getting this thing finished. No doubt about that. A312. H122. Where's H122? Oh, there it is. All right. Hopefully it won't be as bad getting this one put together since I kind of know how some of it works. And live, I was just like trying to get the fingers working before. All right. B123. All right, B123. A313. At least like it's a good sign, like knowing that we're getting through like most of these. A313. Like I keep telling myself, like one of the good things about this is knowing that not all this is Soundwave stuff. Like he is 4 companions he's got or whatever, so obviously they're gonna have stuff that goes to them. Okay, it's that right there. All right, there's that. All right, there's that piece. All right, H113. H120. H112. See here, Guess this is right. Guess we're making another elbow, so. Alright, yeah, kind of snap this together. Alright. H29. H29. H117. And H24. I'm having a feeling like some of these like may belong to Ravage or something. I don't know. Okay, now let's see here. Definitely went a lot smoother that time. At least we're kind of like getting through it a little bit quicker now. All right. So now, next up, B1, 8 and 11. Let me see here. It snapped on. The hell? See, get this on there, that'd be great. Oh, wait, hold on. I think I was... This one's trying to give me some trouble here. Alright, let's see. Alright, so we... There we go. I think I got it now. I stand corrected. I see, because that's the joint right there. Hold on, that might be where I was goofing up. There we go. Alright, there we go. Alright, and then... right there. This should go down without a problem. Oh yeah. Just that. Okay. A1. B127. 29. Really, after this, the only thing else we gotta do is his legs, I think. That one. And then... okay, there's this. That. Alright, and then A3. Hopefully his legs aren't gonna be as hard to put together. Yeah, I can definitely see like some of this belongs to Rumble and everything. You see like that right there. So not all this is gonna be like for the rest of them. Make sure I got this right here. Hoping this is correct. It is not. I got these on in reverse. This is what I thought it was. I was saying. No, you don't. Hang on a second. Yeah, definitely kind of think about something else a little bit right there. I'm gonna take this entire arm back apart just to. Hopefully I got this right now. Jeez, I keep on like feeling like the more I'm I'm having like, feels like I'm having to take this entire arm back apart just to. I'm just hating like having to some of these arms rogues. This is like the hardest part of this. At least once I kind of get this back. At least it won't take me like as long as it kind of. Okay. Now let's see how this works. Hopefully I got it right this time. Okay, there we go. Yeah, definitely. Thankfully, I was just able to go back in and quickly avert that crisis. I said like. All right, so now I can just like get back to building this again, no problem. All right. Just that. Now I'm trying to get in the free run mode here, or speed run mode. I'll also make sure I don't try not to make any mistakes here. Alright, now we actually got an arm coming together like it's supposed to. There we go. B1. I don't understand like why they tell me to like. Yeah. I still don't understand. So basically, this is like a replacement part. I wonder if this like be a thing where I can like put laser beak on his arm. It makes sense, have him perched up there, because that's the thing. It's the same thing as the other one. There's this B4. See, that's the thing. There's a B4. B1. What happened to B1 for? I'm guessing. I think like because if I'm. My guess is they're interchangeable. Yeah, there's like another one or whatever, because... Hold up, yeah, this is an issue here. B14, B13. Here it is. I guess it must have fell out somewhere. I just wasn't paying attention to me. All right. So there's that. Like, I'm thinking this is like something for Laserbeak. Yeah, I mean, personally, I feel like for me, it's Laserbeak then Ravage. Honestly, I didn't really, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like Laserbeak and Ravage are probably like his top ones. I mean, Rumble's basically was, to me, Rumble was a mini-con before mini-cons existed. Which I don't really mind Rumble, but, you know. Okay, let's do this right this time. Alright. So 11. I'm gonna make sure I get each of these out individually and snap them on. Yeah, this is the way. 10. I should have done this the first time, but I thought like all his fingers were gonna be the same size, so. Nine. Yeah, I'm not making that same mistake I made last time with his fingers. See, now I'm doing like this, it's not that bad. Okay, and this is right. I guess it looks like it's about right to me. I don't know. And I got it. Now, saying that they. So he's saying like some of them actually flex a little bit more or whatever, but. See, one of them right here, so that's the only thing that's concerning me. So this one right here. So, yeah, I'm trying not to. Alright, yeah, take your time, Blackmort. It says like fingers can flex at each joint and everything, but. hang on. He's saying it can flex, but oh, there it goes. I'm just not want to test too much. I don't want to break this thing, but takes a little bit of work. But yeah, you actually can like break his fingers. Move also BRB guys. Ad break. Alright guys, so I should be back now on everything. So I'm kind of concerned about something. So what I've noticed is like back like when we put like the one hand together before, again like that snaps off like that, but then this one right here. So yeah, I'm gonna have to go back through maybe at some point and see if I can maybe like tighten this up somehow. Cause yeah, I literally just got back. You gotta worry about anything, Sammy. So you didn't really miss anything. So yeah, this hand actually is much tighter on there. But also another thing I kind of noticed, what I said about the joints being bendable, yeah, so this is pretty neat. So I'm not going to be toying around with this too much. I don't want to break the fingers. So each finger is individually jointed. I don't know how they did this where, but this is pretty wild. So yeah, like you literally actually can like, you know, because you know, the thing is I was doing like this or whatever. But yeah, each finger actually has like individual joints, like, you know, like he's actually got like, that's pretty wild. So that's obviously like, you know, better for like, you know, him like, so you basically like that right there. And, you know, this is normally where I bend it, but then you do this. Yeah, his fingers actually bend. Like he's actually got like actual skeleton. That's really cool how they set that up. Also, I get some more music going. So yeah, I'm gonna have to go back through and see about like, you know, tightening this one because again, considering how easily, which is not bad. I mean, I just have to make sure he doesn't like, you know, have like any weapons or anything in it because, you know, you see it doesn't really wiggle. I mean, so it's like that, but then this one, you see it's, so it's just like the ball joint's a little loose, but either way, we got his arms mainly assembled now. So let me see, can I do that? So I'm guessing if we do this properly. There we go. Alright, so Soundwave's arms are now assembled. So yeah, there's that. So now, let me guess, his legs. Leg components. The only thing I'm hating about this is it's gonna take, okay. So this is, let's see, so if I look at this. Good news is, we get through his legs right here, that's basically gonna be it. So yeah, we're basically almost there. I just gotta finish getting his so yeah, legs. Alright, so let's go ahead and get this over with, Rogues. We're almost there. Alright, H1. Hopefully his legs won't be as bad because he's ain't got all those joints. Alright, so let's see. H1. Alright, 34, 36, 37. So I don't think I'm gonna bother with like building the other ones on stream. Probably gonna finish building Soundwave and like work on his minions like afterwards. 34, 36, 37. Oh, I know Dingo didn't just play one song and cut back off. Right, never mind. That's that what it did. Alright, 34, 37. Alright, so let's see, just like this. And my guess is that's pretty much gonna probably be like his I don't know. So there's that. H38, H33. So we're finally getting to the H3s here. H38. H33. Let's see. Let's do it like this. Actually, put this in here. Huh? Okay, I get it now. Yeah, so basically, yeah, we're basically pretty much, you know, yeah, okay. I'm pretty much putting together his feet here. So that's the main thing about it. Like this thing is like this is like it's so articulated. So that's what reason why H3 9. It's gonna be cool like once it's actually put together though. Put this right here. His little feet, I guess. One-toed ass. Okay, all right. H35. I'm going to say, just gonna play around with his feet. Don't y'all make any jokes or whatever. I ain't got that kind of fetish. Okay, don't y'all even start with me. A112. A122, I mean. I knew it. I knew you were gonna make a comment, Amber. I should have opened myself up for. But that's the thing. It's just this is going a lot smoother. Okay, I get it now. A122. At the very least, this is going. Well, the thing is that I'm just actually enjoying this because this is actually easier to put together than his hands. So far, this is going actually smoother. It's actually. I'm not getting out of this, am I? I was going just shut up. Anyways. What the hell? How did I do that one? Okay. I put on a reverse. There we go. I'm feeling like I'm trying to like put horseshoes on a horse here. I mean, B17. See, the thing is, we're getting through this really quickly now. This is actually. Okay, H13. Conspiracy, that's what it is. Y'all trying to conspire against me. I see what it is. Anyways, H13. H35, I mean. H35. Oh, no, H13, I mean H13. H26. Okay, see, that's when it fell off earlier. Hold on a second. What's going on here? Oh. Yeah, I put this together earlier, and okay. Actually, no, I didn't. This was part of. Just I just randomly got these parts over here. Oh yeah, that module components. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Let's figure this out. H26. Hold on a second here. What's going on here? Apparently I took the wrong bit off. Okay, there's that. All right, H26. H13. Hold on a second now. Something ain't right here. All right, H13. All right, we got a problem. Maybe not. Here we go. Our crisis averted. H315. All right. H315. Let me see here. All right, so let's see. Put this right. H312. Where's H312? Oh, there it is. So my guess is it's that this is gonna be for the framework here. What the? That's weird. Oh, hold up. Got a little concern there. Alright. Oh, now what? Really? H31. Alright, you just gotta get... There we go. God forbid if there's ever like a Thomas the Tank Engine model kit. I'm not even touching that. There's gonna be way too many parts. H317, I guess. And E118. You know, I think I know what this is now. I think they actually, yeah, this is like the little Okay, so I'm gonna get to this in just a second, guys. Just give me a second. Page 3. Yeah, so apparently if I'm right, they put like these things on Soundwave. It's supposed to be like just some kind of little like fidget thing on them. So just like a thing for like, I don't know if there's like any kind of, yeah, it's supposed to be like a little fidget thing they put on. I don't know if it's gonna have any other purposes I get it put together or not, but B1, 17, and B5. This is almost done. Let's see. Oh, there might actually be some functionalities I don't know about, but we'll see. Okay, so that's that. For the most part. Still a little more. B15. Yeah, we're definitely knocking, like, you know, the B out. Alright. Okay. I like I'm basically putting, like, Soundwave socks on, I think, or something. Because I'm still in that there's supposed to be, like, actual purpose to this. As I'm gonna sit here, like, literally playing with it. Alright, E14. A18. A118. Yeah, it won't be too much longer, guys. A118. E14. Did we get E14? E11. Because we're definitely moving along now. He's gonna get his other leg done and whatever, and we're pretty much gonna be good to go. Alright, yeah, let's attach it to this. There's that. Connect this in. Nice. Alright, that's done. What's that for? B115. Did I already take the... I already attached it. All right. H316. Snap this on. All right, now I should be able to like pop this on here. Slide that in. Hopefully, eventually. Careful. There we go. Okay, there's that. A18. The music cut off again? Oh my god. Alright, never mind. A18. Alright. This definitely has me want to get like the Optimus and Megatron ones though, no doubt. A36. A36 and A120. At least we're getting through most of the boards now. A120. Yeah, now it's actually looking like actual figures coming together. So, yeah. Alright, so we're gonna need a modular thing here. That click. Alright, wait for it. I see that's his joint. I turn it sideways. Sorry, there we go. So we got like that now. So now I'll have his where it needs to be. Alright, A111. Home stretch now. A111, D13. C23. That put in there. It should be nice and snug. That's in there. All right. Alright, see, now we're getting like actual color on his legs and everything. Alright, and then we need this one. Okay. Alright, B120 and B118. Okay, let's see. Okay, and there's that. Now his foot. Come on, get in there. There we go. Rogues, we officially have a leg for Soundwave. Okay, yeah. Put that right there. Now I just gotta get the other leg. Alright. Should be able to storm on through this now that we've alright. H16. Or 36. H136. H135. H137. 37 fell off somewhere. Hold on. Oh, 37's right there. Never mind. Lego's part of the board. Okay. Put that on there. All right, and then this. And let's just hope like that one part earlier that got screwed up, like I was worried about that got caught me. Hopefully that one ain't gonna come back and bite me. Like, you know, when we were like working on his chest. H36, H34. See. Rinse and repeat. I think that's good. Okay, there's that. All right, H37. Finally almost got him done, Rogues. Like, for real this time. I know I keep saying it where, but... Yeah, I've been live for like almost 6 hours here, but... Trying to go and wrap it up. Alright. Thankfully I already got this one out of there. Alright, H3. I'm totally not bothering like with the other ones tonight. H35. I'm not bothering with like, you know, with the minions. I'll just put them together off stream. I just want to get Soundwave put together. So. Just that. Alright, B17. Hate like a live stream where I was basically kind of like just putting stuff together, like, you know, off camera and everything. I don't really have like a whole lot of space here. Maybe for like the Optimus or Megatron, I might actually do like a thing from the side or something. And I was trying to think I'd do two perspectives or whatever, but again, it's something that's new to me. Whatever, I'll definitely learn from it. H25. Yeah, that's like, because if I actually could set like this up like over to the side, y'all could see it a whole lot easier. I just want to kind of like do like a view like this, but again, I don't really have a whole lot of space or whatever. As long as you guys are enjoying it, that's all I care about at the end. H25. H14. Okay, and this thing right here. So I'm like, oh, kill me this time. Yeah, it's just some of these pieces definitely worry me because I bet they're gonna snap or something. Best thing is for some pretty durable plastic and everything. Just, you know. H314. I hope it's not gonna take too long to put. I want at least gotta put his weapon together. That. H313. That concerned me because something fell off of this or whatever, but it was just like one of the attachment things. I got really worried right there for a second. Hang on a second. I think I might botch this one. Okay, yeah, that was a quick thing. I just had to like turn it around because that one wasn't popping on like it was supposed to. But I got it now. There we go. Cool. All right. H313. All right. E19, E19. E19. Okay, yeah, I see there's another fidget thing here too. They got one, it's a clicker, like basically like a switch, and this one's like a wheel. So they actually did put like little fidget things on, which I think is pretty awesome. H318. Yahtzee. Well, it makes me wonder if Optimus and Megatron have something like that. But I definitely want to get those too, just because, again, you know, this then transform, it's still just gonna, it's a badass figure. It's really neat. The chance it doesn't like click where, but yeah, you can kind of like tell right here, guys, basically where they kind of have it set up. I mean, I'm not really gonna be like using any of that. I'm gonna make sure that, you know, I'm gonna get him, put him on the shelf, whatever, and I'm not gonna, considering like one of his arms is already like trying to cause me problems, or one of his hands like doesn't want to stay on. So you do like this. Here we go. Okay, well, so we got a problem there. It's not want to go on. I get it though. There we go. I think. There we go. Alright, H32. I almost got this other leg assembled. Alright, so let me see here. B16. We're almost done. For real, for real, for real this time. B16. I keep saying that, but we're literally almost done with this board right here, so. B16, B116. See, this is what I was concerned about, because this right here, I feel like it was kind of like, you know, a little bit loosely in there, but now I realize this is going to keep it in, so. So I was kind of concerned about that, but see, like, this is like going to keep it in there, so. I just like, it's cool he has like, they put like a couple little fidget things on it. This kind of makes sense considering that this is like basically a puzzle and all that. But it makes me wonder if like Megatron and Optimus will have anything on them. Okay. All right. Now he's got to get like. All right. E1 2, E1 5, E1 19. Or A1 19. That's right. A1 9. No, 19. Yeah, it's 19. See, where did I place these? Here it is, I think. All right. Yeah, put this together. H3 16. All right, get this. And see, this part right here is like definitely a little bit nerve-wracking because I gotta like hinge it in. Just a little bit more. Yeah, like I said, at least with the note once I got it in there, that's it. I ain't gotta worry about it anymore. This bottom one's a pain in the ass. There we go. Yeah, see, it's that part right there that's definitely because it hinges and everything. All right, A1. All right, A1 9. All right, there we go. A3, A5, A1 21, A3, 5. Nice little snap there. Okay. B1. All right, let me see now. D1 3. Not really gotta look at him now. C2 3. A1 10. That's pretty snug in there. Yeah, I understand. I did run this a little bit late, but if we don't do movie night tomorrow, we'll definitely tonight. We definitely will. Well, it's already tomorrow, but we definitely will get it done. Because that's the thing is, I'm probably gonna try to hit the gym. I don't know. I may try going. I mean, I don't know. I'm definitely gonna try to get some sleep tonight and everything. You know, I do need to get unpacked or whatever. But like I said, we'll definitely get it. Like, you know, everything done properly. We'll definitely get like a movie night and trying to think about like how I'm gonna go about things, like I said, because I know I definitely need to get back to the gym, so I may actually try to see about hitting that in the morning, and then afterwards, like, you know, as soon as I get done with that, like do the stream for The Last of Us. Now basically like keep have me free for the rest of the day. All right, there's that. Okay, at the very least, we're pretty much done with this now for the most part. So if I'm right, Soundwave. And obviously the whole thing right here is that you can basically, like, you know, these can like move out and everything. So anyways, this is what I've been waiting for. Time, Rogues. It's time to finally put this bad boy together. So head, crotch, you deviants. Hold on a second. Am I missing something here? Why is he? Oh, right. Had him upside down. So, all right. It's so satisfying, just like all the clicks. All right, arm. Hang on. So I don't know if I actually put like that on correctly, because I think it might have been where it's supposed to be like where he moves arms up, but then again, like it's, I don't know. I think like it actually, I might have got it on right. If not, whatever. I feel like this actually was supposed to be facing upwards. Trying to snap it in as his hand comes flying off. I guess it went on there without really snapping. All right. Yeah, it's Soundwave, we're not gonna have that kind of behavior here. And apparently I forgot to put, it's been slightly pantsed. That's fine, I can kind of do it from right here. I accidentally skipped something. of course, the leg I don't want to come coming off flies off. Let's see if I can kind of like get this on there because I got a problem here. Not really. There's that. Right there. Crisis mostly averted. All right, now see if I can get those legs back on. Where's your crotch there, GoBot? Huh? All right, okay, never mind. I literally was still attached. Yeah, his leg right here. I think I know what I did wrong. I think I might have actually. Oh shit! There's always something with you, Soundwave. I swear. You're not feeling too. All right, Spectral. Sleep well. Yeah, those don't go to those don't go on him. Yeah, see, now I'm. Alright, and finally... Yeah, I mean, he's assembled. I just gotta, like... There's a few, like, little... Alright, Rogues. Took a little bit of work. But... we officially have a Soundwave figure now. Yeah. Still gotta like get his blaster on or whatever, and it definitely feels like something's. I'm hoping I didn't like actually really botch anything with him. Also, it might just be like, cause that's the thing, like his joints are. So he's definitely got some posability to him. I'm gonna snooze another time real quick. All right, so yeah. Now I want to test them real quick. I'm gonna listen right here. Let's do this. Neat. So yeah, eyes definitely work, but and I like how the light actually and his eyes actually move. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna like work on posing him a little bit. But as far as like detail and everything, Rogues, I mean, I still got like, you know, assemble his cannon real quick, which I'm gonna do that after I go and get a break out of the way, and that'll be the last thing we do tonight, because I'm not really gonna bother with much of anything, like the rest of it tonight. Or like, I'm gonna assemble the minions off stream. I mean, and obviously, you know, like, I'd like the quality of it, because this is like a really high quality figure, and for $40, like I said, if you don't really care about one transforming, this is absolutely amazing. I just noticed that, hang on. There you go. If you don't care about, like, you know, the, as long as I do like that right there, I may like need to go back through and see if I can figure out like what was, because if I actually did like do the other joints correctly and everything. But yeah, as far as like the quality of this figure, I mean, it looks amazing. As like parts of them just falling off again. Thankfully, that's just like a quick fix. Looks like I can snap back on. So like I said, I'm just gonna like basically be posting them on my shelf anyway. So we pretty much at least got them built. But I am gonna like, you know, go ahead and build the cannon. But beforehand, I'm gonna take like a quick BRB. Then I'll be right back. So give me a second, Rogues. Alright guys, so I was kind of looking through some of the other stuff. There's still like a little more we gotta do, of course. So Soundwave does have 2 weapons here. Shouldn't really take too long to actually get them put together. I want to go ahead and like actually get this finished up. Thankfully, it won't take that long. So we're gonna like start off with this rocket launcher. So we need like A2, A3. So this right here, when we basically went through most of this. I think there's actually a few things for his one of his other weapons there too. Like I said, I'm not gonna bother with his minions. I'm gonna deal with those off stream. So let me see. It really shouldn't take too long to actually do this. Because it's just his weapons. We pretty much, you know, got him built and everything. So I'm just gonna kind of like let him like be my supervisor, see if my work is superior. So A3, A333. Definitely want to make sure he has his weapons. A315. I really don't feel like this should be like. Plus, it's gonna be pretty cool. I just putting his weapons together. Let's see. That goes like that. There's that, and then A334. A334. And A332. I don't seem right here. Yeah, we'll see. Eighth, all right. I guess this should be right, hopefully. Because it seems like it's definitely like some instructions here they're a little bit harder to kind of understand, but A330 and 29. The hell? All right, I think I got it now. Yeah, this one's definitely weird. Instructions ain't really the best on this one. It's telling me do this, do that, but it's kind of hard to really place. I think I got it now. If I do this like this. Yeah, it's like there's a bunch of little joints I'm having to put together for this thing. You guys might see it like I'm kind of like having to put all this together. But it's getting there. It's basically just like so like the whole gun can be posable, I guess. A24. And A23. I guess the other ones, because this is for his rocket launcher, the other ones I guess for his concussion blaster. I think I got it there. All right, now we just need to put the ring on it. All single blades notwithstanding. Okay, we almost got it. All right, so it's that. Now we gotta put the this right here, and A318. All right. So basically putting this right here on there. So that's not right. It's about to be though. There we go. This way, because otherwise it looks like a Gatling gun. When we put this on here, you guys will see like a different effect to it. Yeah, see. Kind of just makes it look more like it's just like an actual laser cannon or something. And then A320. And so we can kind of like, you know, put that on the end right here to kind of cap it off. I just like this because now it's basically, you know, kind of, it's a little loose, but that's like, yeah. Basically now like that does that. And that will go on his back right here. Yeah, so, which I think this is just pretty cool now because so he's got, it's basically like back there and then we can, and then so basically, and once it stays, and that should be completely snug. So basically now how it works now is like, so it does that and then afterwards it extends forward. I want to get this done because obviously, you know, his rocket launcher is one of his most iconic parts or whatever. I just think that's pretty cool, like how you can actually do that now. And now it basically, you know, can go right up there and it just goes so perfectly. Yes, that's really awesome how that works. Alright, now it's kind of like just show you guys that way. Yeah, now you can see it's kind of like it's right up there. And then yeah. Now the concussion blaster, which is actually the one he holds. I like how like they have like two different slots that we can put on either side. All right, and the concussion blaster shouldn't take too long. And what I love about the whole thing with Laserbeak here is that, so it turns out there's actually like a little cassette version of sound tape we can have like Laserbeak carry. I just don't see the other modular component they were talking about. I don't see it anywhere. So I might like put it somewhere on the floor and I don't see it. It's a concussion blaster. All right, this won't take long. E13. Might take a little bit longer if I'm dropping all the parts. All right, A13. Or not E13. Yeah, E13. See, that's basically this, and this will be the last thing tonight, Rogues. Outside, we do have the stand to build, but that definitely will take long. A21 or A22. see. Get this in there. It's not one snug. It gets snug in there. Unless I got facing the wrong way. Exactly what I was doing. Okay, yeah, and so basically I can actually make it seem like it's loaded. Okay, so if we A317. Let me see here. That don't seem right. A3 31. Yeah, we're getting definitely got like some little small moving parts here. Let's see, A21 is where's A21? All right, there's A21. All right, a little thrown off on that. All right, so we gotta like basically get everything. Okay, A21, just like this. This down there. I guess it's like. Okay, this is what I think. This is actually maybe pretty cool how this works. Yeah, I got that botched up. Down there in reverse. Definitely want to do that. Definitely done this my fair share tonight. Again, this and the base will probably be the last things I put together for this. All right, and then there's that. Okay, so this should be this right here. So if this actually is one thing it could be, I might have actually made a little lever system for this. Oh wow. If it worked, if I can get it to work correctly. Can I get, hang on. Yeah, this is definitely being a little more complicated. There's multiple little moving parts of this one, but Mm-hmm. Here's that. Probably something I gotta put in here to make sure it doesn't actually screw up. All right, yeah, because that's all right. I see what it is now. All right, 828. Let's get this thing wrapped up. All right, good night, Amber. I'm gonna go and wrap this up, and I'll be definitely closing the stream out soon. But yeah, sleep well. Definitely went longer with this than I planned tonight, Rogues. It's almost like 6 hours, so I apologize. But I said I was gonna hit the ground running when I came back, so I guess I kind of did. All right, 828. Yeah, so if it's 828, it'll go right here. Yeah, so we didn't have like the entirety of the cannon actually put together just yet. Yeah, well. 829. Yeah, next time I do like a kit or where I'm definitely gonna try to make sure I got like an actual hopefully like a better setup where y'all can see like a whole lot better. Our D14. Our D14, yeah, it goes right here. I can get the load on there correctly. Yeah, this one's like kind of giving me a little bit of trouble here. There we go. Yeah, that right there was not wanting to go on, but there it is. I should also keep it like, because it was kind of like trying to not, yeah, 8 to 11. Like when I was trying to like do the thing, because like I said, there's a little lever system on where I can kind of like, I should be able to actually extend it out. Maybe. So if we do this. Yeah, it's not working. I think I gotta put like another in. Yeah, A210. That's where I messed up. So maybe this actually keep it from like coming off now. It's still not wanting to do like it's supposed to. It's trying to break or trying to. Yeah, this one's. Yeah, probably maybe just like. It's supposed to be like a little lever thing, but maybe I gotta loosen it up first. Because, like I said, this right here is. Maybe just like just have to stay out. But it's supposed to be like when if it works correctly. So you guys might see like where that's coming out, like right there and everything. The problem is like the back part is trying to come loose. So there's something definitely like going on there, where it's not working like it's supposed to. But I can always just like yeah, so I could just have it like that. But yeah, that's supposed to like basically have like a lever thing going on with it. But it ain't working like it's supposed to. Let's pull open the rear compartment. So maybe I'm actually supposed to do this. Yeah, I'll just basically just kind of leave it the way it is. It's fine. Yeah, I pretty much just kind of like just leave it the way it is. And so, put this in Soundwave's hand. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, so this basically makes it where I can like put it on his back. And this is like basically the thing on the bottom is how he actually holds it. Yeah, it's definitely like, you know, some problems with this too, but I don't know why he keeps on trying to come loose, but the issue with it is that I think I know what the problem might be. I might have it in there in reverse, even though I thought I had it fixed, right? Hopefully I can do like a quick fix of this without having to tear it and dismantle the whole thing. But it's not looking like it's going to be the case. Yeah, I definitely have like a few spots here where I've kind of goofed things up, and I apologize for that, guys, but I ain't really done too many model kits in my day, so... Let's see, I think that's... Yeah, that's where I screwed up. I think it is. Yep. Alright, yeah, I got it fixed now, guys. Sorry about that. I think this should be it. Alright. Ain't like I can just like, you know, just go and just put all this back on here. There won't be any more issues. I can finally have... Yeah, this gun was... As there was so many little moving mechanisms and everything in it. Yeah, once I kind of get this put back together, I'll have the gun good to go. Have his concussion blaster done, and I'll pretty much be done with this. I can just make the stand, and this model kit will be... I mean, I've basically already done with him, but... Yeah, see, that came... Yeah, that came up a whole lot quicker that time. Okay, I think I fixed it, guys. Let's see here. That right there. It's right here. Should be able to snap this on. Do a quick test, make sure it doesn't actually fall off this time. I think I'm still trying to do it, but... What's going on with this thing? I thought I had it fixed, but I guess not. Keep thinking I got it fixed or whatever. I swear I did it just like they said to do it there. I knew this like whole model kit was gonna go seamless, but yeah. Let me try one more time here. Make sure I got this directly, exactly like it says. Nope, I'm not doing this again. Yeah, I've got this thing like exactly the way it said to do it, so I don't know what's going on with it. Yeah, I actually had that correct. And it's saying like right here, like pull open the rear compartment. So maybe that's. I think I get it now. I think I know what's going on. I think I get it. I wasn't doing anything wrong there. It's basically like there's this whole thing where I can actually pull open the compartment as it says. Let's see if this is actually what they're saying to do. Okay, that's the trick to it. All right. The way this works, Rogues, for those who may go through the, make it one of these for yourself, I'm gonna like pretty much finish this up, and then afterwards show you. So basically, put this on here, and it literally just kind of like tricked me for a good bit right there until I figured out what was going on. All right, so basically, if you guys like get one of these and you run into the same issue as me, I just did. So basically, if you do this, you'll see like that this right here tries to break off or whatever, and then it won't like go all the way out. But while this works, it says right there like pull open the rear compartment. So these three pieces right here go like that. So they kind of like extend out a little bit, as you can see. And then afterwards, when you do this, yeah, it's not doing the pulley thing correctly, where, but it basically kind of does this thing right there where it, yeah. I mean, it's not supposed to like. So it seems like it's actually supposed to like extend out on its own. But yeah, let me try like doing this, and then yeah, it's basically supposed to be like these three things right here. You extend this out, kind of extend the cannon a little bit, and then do like that, and it's supposed to like make this go out, but it's not working like it's supposed to. It might just be I gotta loosen it up some, but at least I got it kind of like, you know, I got it fixed. I'm just gonna like put it on his back for right. Well, actually, I'm gonna like see if I can actually get it in his hand. So we'll do this right here one more time. Yeah, it's just for some reason that's not like. All right, we'll extend that out, close that, and then afterwards put it in his hand. So yeah, and that's the thing. It's got like a notch in the hand where you do like that, so it stays pretty snug. And each of his fingers are supposed to be like able to kind of like, you know, move. The joints are supposed to like move, so you can actually grip it properly. Let me see here. If I do like this, and see it pretty much kind of has like a little bit of a, you know, a system to it. Like, you know, when you got like the gun in his hand, he automatically grips around it when you do like this. So we kind of like rotate that, and then yeah. So then like, you know, you see like each of his so yeah, he basically holds it and everything. So yeah. So yeah, overall though, the figure's basically been, you know, put together, and it's an absolutely badass figure. But I do want to kind of like go ahead and get like the because I'm not really gonna bother with I mean, at the very least I want to like, you know, do like the laser beak thing here. All right, so module components. So it's really not gonna be that much to this or whatever. It just seems like there's a few little things here we gotta do, and we'll have laser beak assembled. So yeah, it's pretty much just throw this in there. Let's see. There's like a particular way we gotta do this. It's not like going in. Hang on, let me try this. It's got these pieces right here. We're supposed to like. The only problem is like it's got these little spots right here. It's not going in like they're. This is not these. So I got like all these little. It's like. Let me try this. Yeah, see, there's like these parts right here. H1 part. Hold up, H1 parts. Where's H1? I'm just trying to find the H1 parts. What was H1 again? Or yeah, it was these right here. So I don't know like what those little things right there were for, but H1. H122. H122. 22. It's a weird thing. I mean, it says right here they're broken off. As everything's just falling apart. That's the weird thing about it. Like, it's not showing like any way that I should put them on there. The only issue I'm having with this or whatever, like, it seems like, because like the things are like, you kind of like see like how like the notch right here is like it's. The weird thing about this, it's like I'm not seeing like any actual way to put these things on here. So I don't know how that's supposed to work. Something fell on the floor. That's just the weird thing. It's like literally. I can gather like not really much any way to kind of like put them on there. H121. Hold on. Never mind. I was like looking at 22. All right, yeah, I got the wrong ones. So I don't know what the reason was for taking the other ones off. Whatever. I don't know like what those are for. So yeah, these are the ones that go inside the tape. So at least I want to get like the laser beak tape, you know, put inside of his chest or whatever. So if I'm right. Alright, and then we can kind of like just put this together. Maybe kind of rewind all that jazz. Okay. Then we can pop his chest open. Alright, yeah, and so now we actually got like, you know, laser beak in there. That's it, rogues. We've got our Soundwave figure for the most part. So we can kind of do that once, then. And I think it said that if we do like. Yeah, so we pretty much, you know, if we like, if you do it like, if you watch. Hang on. No, he's not doing anything. Alright, hang on. And then. Yeah, it's basically supposed to be like, I think it's like if you keep doing that or whatever, he'll do more lines and everything. But now we just got one more thing to do here, and so yeah, and this little thing right here is apparently what we can do with this is actually like a little baby Soundwave, like a little like, you know, cassette Soundwave that we can have like Laserbeak carry around. That's basically how that works. So only other thing we really gotta do here now is get the base set up, which is gonna be like, it's not gonna take too long to do this either. This will literally be like the last thing we do. And I know I keep saying it's not gonna take too long, but this literally won't. I want to have my base set up for him, no doubt about that. That way he doesn't fall over by accident. All right, so basically what we got going on here, basically. All right, so yeah, this is base, and so what we're gonna be doing here is. All right. So I won 2. I-12, I-14. Find it, that is. I-14. I-12, I-14. And I-16. So it's right here. And so what we're going to be doing is... Okay, yeah, now we know what these like things right here are for. So these little components are actually to this. So this little thing right here goes to this. So basically, so pretty much what we're doing here is okay. So we put this in here. The cap over it. Here's a look. Hang on. And we do this. I think it's gonna be like it's kind of like on a definite rivet thing here. That might not be right. Then I sent him 2, didn't I? It's weird. Weird. Unless it's just not want to go in. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, it just took a little bit of elbow grease to get it in there. So this thing should like click. Yeah. So this is gonna definitely be like an action heavy base. So pretty much what it means if I want to like pose him in certain positions, certain poses or whatever, he'll stay. So you see, that is very much, you know, yeah, that's really high quality thing right there. All right. Now, I7 and I2. Yeah, we're just putting together like one base here, so I2. Yeah, all these are I2s. So that's another one of these little ratchet things right here we put in here like this. Okay, I guess so. One of them is actually for laser beak. Let's see how this works. I7. I think I get it. So this works what I think it is. Hold up. Wrong way. Yeah, so basically, you know, we're kind of like just putting the base together like this. All right, there we go. So now we got like 2 sections. And then we'll just like cap this one. Yeah, so just it takes like some serious elbow grease to get in there, but at least that tells you it's gonna be snug. So yeah, that's pretty cool how they actually have like, yeah, neat. I like that. All right, so now so what we're gonna have here is so the way this is gonna work is they got like this little claw thing right here we're gonna put together, and this is actually gonna make it where laser beak can like, you know, fly around through it. I'll fly around on it. So we have like set up for like build Laserbeak's legs with C2 pieces attached to the display stand. But otherwise, what we're gonna do here is two. Well, we're gonna need one more two, the three. We need the three, the two. Okay, now the thing is, we have like a third one of these. I know there was like one. All right, because I know like the other ones fell on the floor. I need to find that real quick. Only concern I got, if I want to finish the space, I gotta find the other one that fell on the floor. Definitely have a bit of a mishap there. I'm trying to see if I can find it, Rogues, because I think I know where it might have went. I think I see it. Yep. I got it. Got it. Okay, crisis averted. I found it. Sorry about that, guys. All right. Anyways, so we're gonna wrap this up. Hopefully, in the next time I do want to do one of these, it'll go a lot smoother. So I do apologize for the fact that everything's been all over the place with this, Rogues. But I still had fun with this tonight. It was an absolute blast doing this for y'all. Anyway, for everyone who tuned in, I'm definitely grateful. You know, I definitely could have like had things together a lot more. Beginning my first model kit. And now, as I'm trying to find the other piece I literally just had. It's just typical me, you know. I had the other piece and everything, and maybe I'll put it down over here with this with the other parts. Let's see, I'll find it. Actually, when I say I'll find it, no, I got that right there. Okay, yeah, that's right. I already attached it. So we do this. Maybe that one doesn't go in there. Well, it says it does. Yeah, it does. Okay, so gotta like line up correctly. There we go. Alright, that's lined up. Cap on it. There we go. And that one's got the whole little. Yeah, so it's got like a 3 spot like thing for it to do that. So now, put it to the base, so. Yeah, that's the base. And what I like about this also is the Decepticon logo can go right there. So that's pretty badass. So now we can place Soundwave on top of it. There's little pegs on the bottom of his feet. Problem is, like, the feet aren't. Trying to position. Yeah, the thing is, trying to get him positioned correctly. All right. All right, do that, and then see, now we're basically at the home stretch for sure here. I went 7. One. So yeah, this is how we're gonna test a little claw thing right here. And I think it's the 5. Yeah, 5. All right, there's that. Okay, I like how it's got like little rubber grips on this for the claw. So how this is gonna work is so this is pretty awesome how they've done this too. I'll show you guys in just a second. So basically what this is right here, this is Laserbeak's stand. So Laserbeak will stand out using this. But what I like is the way this is designed is that it's kind of like it's so pretty much it's got like this piece right here is what these two attach. This is made of rubber. So basically this means it's not plastic or whatever, and it's basically kind of like uses its own like, tension to pretty much, pull out like that and then like reset. If that makes any sense. So it means like I can pretty much, put it on sound, do like this and put it on Soundwave. As he just goes into two pieces right here. Yeah, hang on a second, I'm trying to like... I wonder if it could be I just don't have as like, this like... Yeah, that might be the reason why I can't connect. That's exactly what it is. I got this turned around the wrong way, so if I do it like this... I think like it was actually on wrong, so now I actually got it on there correctly. Maybe it'll... I don't know, like, it's not lining up. Yeah, there's a spot right here. Like he's on one to dismantle right here. Oh, hang on. Maybe this will fix it. There we go. Alright, I think I got him properly snug now. Alright, yeah, I don't think he's falling apart this time. Yeah, he's like continuously been trying to like, fall apart at the pelvis or like at the waist region. So now if I kind of like just snap him in there, he'll be finished. For real this time. Yeah, so that's what I like about the stand here. You basically pull it, and it gives like, the means kind of like, see? So now like the way it kind of works is that, as you guys can see, it's got like, I'm not even doing that sound wave, so basically it kind of like makes it like really easy to kind of pose them on there wherever you want to. So yeah, it's a pretty like decent, like awesome, amazing quality stand. The only thing is like one, like definitely make sure I get down far enough to where I can lock his feet back in. And not having to pull him back off. Okay. So yeah. There you guys go. So it's definitely like, as far as like some stuff on the figure, it feels like it can use some work and everything. But for $40, you can't really complain about a figure that's like such high quality as this. I mean, I'm not obviously not gonna be like trying to pose it too much, where I'm just gonna basically, have him like, give him like one pose I like or whatever, then afterwards like leave it at that. Especially considering, like I said, the one problem I got is that this one hand keeps coming off. But as far as like, if you're looking for a figure, as far as like a Soundwave figure that doesn't transform, or that doesn't transform or whatever, and just like it's an awesome display piece, I mean, I absolutely love this. And plus, the whole fact you can like take the magnet off and then, his eyes light up. But then of course, obviously the whole thing would, and then again. And like the fact that like the as he comes loose from it again, just like the fact his eyes like his eyes like the glow and everything like matches like his like what he's saying, so it's actually the glowing it like the light up or whatever, like kind of like goes with like, you know, the words. So like you normally would probably like see something like this probably like cost like, you know, more than like $40 or whatever. I mean, the thing is, it definitely is like, it's a very accurate looking Soundwave. You know, it's definitely like G1 inspired or whatever. And it's pretty much, you know, like I said, for $40. I mean, this is definitely a steal. Again, it doesn't, obviously, of course, it doesn't transform. But again, it's like the whole factor. It's got little fidget things on the back too. So you got like a little wheel you can play with. And you got like a little switch, which don't have any functionality other than just being like little fidget things for those, I guess, like for, you know, those like, you know, basically like with sensory stuff or whatever, like basically kind of like a means like just have like something as a distraction. Because really, let's be real, this is probably like, you know, something for like those who like probably definitely would be like kind of like a thing, you know, if you're like spending time like putting this doing this with this figure, obviously you're someone who pretty much will probably like, you know, like model kits, puzzles and everything are for those, you know, basically who like for like one like a mill distraction and everything, and obviously basically keep their hands busy anyway. So I may try to find like some kind of particular pose for him. But really, honestly, I think like the best pose I can do, like what I can probably do is just get like his minions put together, have them around him, and that's gonna be it. Just kind of like, you know, mainly have like, you know, some kind of like, you know, because this just like looks like a very menacing Soundwave pose in itself. But I just kind of like gotta get his shoulder things right here. But yeah, if I just like, you know, just get his like, you know, his fist or whatever, get like, you know, his arms right here. So the only thing about it is like just the display. His feet keep on coming off it, so I just need to try to like figure out how to actually get him properly, you know, on the display. Like, I'm just gonna pretty much, what I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna like ball his one fist up. I give him like a little menacing thing with that, you know. Obviously, just have him have the one fist balled up and the other one. I'll show you guys what I'm doing here, and then afterwards that'll pretty much be it. And I went into this tonight, not expecting to actually go like almost 7 hours, but I ain't streamed in a week, and I wanted to kind of like do something cool here for you guys, and this is definitely a lot of fun. So, let's see if I can just post this last one here, and his last fingers I want to pose. Trying to see if I can kind of get it working as his hand comes off again. Yeah, this one was just like a little more stiff, but there we go. And also even the thumb, so. I guess like something like this pretty much seems like it's definitely Soundwave, like basically Soundwave superiors. He just blasts that Autobot scum or whatever. But honestly, just, you know, like I said, this is an absolutely badass figure. Again, it's just first like a build, and it was like very satisfying to put together. And I know that probably like whenever I go around, I get the Optimus and Megatron ones, I definitely want to make sure that I just like do like a stream just dedicate entirely just to that. But the only thing I'm just having problems with here is just trying to like, you know, get him, keep his legs like, you know, yeah, it's just like his legs keep on coming off the thing. So the base definitely could use some work, but again, if you're just gonna like just have him pose like I am, not really gonna like just go one and done pose and leave him like that, should be fine. But yeah, but that's basically the finished figure, Rogues. I know it took like a long time to actually put it together, but and I said, I'm gonna work on like, you know, getting Rumble, Laserbeak, Ratbat, and Ravage. You know, I'm gonna assemble them off stream. So yeah, basically it's kind of like wanted to go ahead and just get this out, like get Soundwave out of the way, because it took like all this time just doing this. And again, Optimus, I'm definitely gonna be doing this one on stream at some point. You know, this is like a much smaller, but this is only like 83 pieces, so this is gonna be a much smaller figure. But I do want to get like the action classes for Optimus as well as Megatron too, and yeah, well, you know, we're definitely gonna do that eventually, guys. So anyways, that being said, definitely gonna call it here, Rogues. I'm not gonna be doing a raid tonight. I'll definitely do one, try to do one tomorrow, or after my next stream, which will be, you know, getting back on The Last of Us. So like I said, I showed like, you know, this week's schedule earlier tonight. Hate that we weren't able to get around to the movie night, but we'll definitely be doing it properly, you know, later today, since it's like almost 2 a.m. now. But I'm not gonna really bother with getting unpacked tonight, like unpacking all my stuff. I'm just gonna go and like get what clothes I took with me on the trip, get that in the wash and everything, and go from there. But it was definitely like a fun like return stream. I saw like a lot of my favorite people come in. I know I definitely ran a while here, like much longer than planned. So we didn't get new to the movie night, but we definitely will be doing it. Start this week off and everything. We're gonna be like doing more Welcome to Derry, and you know it's gonna be a fun time, Rogue. So for those who want to like join on movie night, definitely come into the Discord, or if you're already on the Discord, I'll be just give yourself. There's like steps I basically put in like on channels and roles to be able to give yourself like the a particular role to be able to be get notifications for movie nights. But either way, we'll definitely be watching Welcome to Derry sometime today, continuing that one. But yeah, this is a fun stream. I had fun like putting my my favorite Transformer together, chatting with you guys, seeing how raunchy some of my viewers can be per usual. But obviously that makes this all so much fun. And with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and call it here. Thank you those who came out and hung out with me. Next stream will be for The Last of Us. Probably gonna do that maybe after I get back from the gym. I'm gonna try to go and hopefully hit the gym in the morning. Definitely get back on that because I had like a lot of vacation calories I need to burn off from like a lot of food options that probably could have been better during the vacation. But I'm definitely be working on getting that resolved when I get to the gym. So anyways, much love. Thanks for coming out and hanging out with me, guys. Deeply appreciate your faces. Next time I do a stream, it won't be running anywhere near as long. But until the next one, you guys be safe. Thanks for coming out and hanging out. And I'll see you guys in the next stream. Thank you for watching.